You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez. The 2-2. Sandoval. In territory. Giants win. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
who's been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Check! Hey! Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, a touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, there's a stop it! Oh,
please! TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it. But nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn a dollar. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with your best receiver out of the game. From the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps through. Touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janis, does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Your
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Won't a Braves fan be mad at all if Ronald Acuna Jr. waits till first base to do that bat flip tonight? Welcome home, Freddie.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Freddie's going to get to see one of these up close. So are his teammates, because his teammates didn't win a real one either. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. With a cool one in his head.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee, sitting alongside Justin Waller. Justin, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Mac. It's rectification day. We are welcoming Freddie Freeman back to Hotlanta, and hey, hope they do a good tribute, but hope they mess with him a little bit. I'd like to see Acuna active on the base paths, and I want to see a little jabbing going on. I won't be completely upset if they buzz the tower once or twice when he's at the plate. Just saying.
Look, they keep debating this on national media all day long. Dude, there's no way he's not getting a standing ovation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the town loves him. They're going to give him a tribute, and they better.
They gave Jock Peterson a standing ovation when he came up to bat with the game on the line in the first game as a pinch hitter. They're not going to give Freddie Freeman a standing ovation in the first inning. Come on. I mean,
and he deserves it. Now let's move on.
Going back to Philadelphia or something. I mean, come on. You know, it's absurd. I know Philly booed, but not Philly. I'm sorry. Washington booed Bryce Harper when he came back. It was a little different, but there's no way. I mean, he was homegrown. It's going to be a standing ovation. And I would say he'll get several of them throughout the entire weekend, just as long as the Dodgers don't sweep us. Big game tonight, 7:20 first pitch. We'll have the call here starting here on about 45 minutes. We'll get going for game one of a 3-game series. All 3 games, by the way, are night games. So you get tonight's game at 7:20. Tomorrow is a 7:15 Fox game, and then Sunday night is ESPN baseball game of the week. So there you have that. We're going to get back into this game in a minute, but before we do, we want to hit some topics, some interesting topics that I thought you had. Let's go ahead and hit the first one, the one that I think is is kind of trending the most, which is Arch Manning deciding to go to the other UT. He goes to Texas and not University of Tennessee. It didn't surprise me that he wouldn't go to the Vols, because he's not going to go where Peyton went. He'd be in the shadow. I thought he might go to Ole Miss, considering their offensive style, and his grandfather went there, but instead he goes to Texas. And that to me is pretty interesting. There's no telling how much money he's going to accrue for his entire time there. You got to figure he's going to play there 23, 24, and 25. 25, he'll be there for the first season of the SEC, unless they figure it out. They're trying to get there quicker, but there's a lot of factors. When he hits, hell, if he's making enough money, Justin, he might play till 26 and beyond. Who knows? What say you on this very interesting topic?
Interesting. I find it odd that he went outside the SEC. Just because.
Well, he did, and he did it because he's going to be in the SEC by his junior
Is he
year.
going to be? But is he going to play? I mean, or does he just move on, and does he just
Gonna
decide?
get benched?
Well, I mean, maybe he just declares himself eligible, and you're going to take 1 year. That's it.
You still have to be 3 years removed from high school to play in the NFL.
But he's only going to get 1 year in the SEC. If you're going to play in the SEC and you're going to not pick a school of any of your Manning relatives, don't you want the same competition? Don't you want the level playing field? He's going to go beat up the Big 12 that doesn't have defenses. Okay, great.
Well, at the same token, it's not like Texas is loaded and they are. Look, this isn't.
Hey, they will be now. This NIL is going to make this interesting. I'm telling you, I think him signing, we've already seen this tight end transfer, a flip from LSU to Texas before, probably caught wind or knew about his teammates' decision or what was on the horizon. But hey, we'll do some big name wide receivers. How quick does this offense fill up with NIL and transfer portal deals now that you land an Arch Manning?
Look, Texas is, I mean, that's the thing, is the Texas checkbook is endless. And when it all gets washed out, I think what you're going to end up having is a lot of SEC fans who are excited about bringing Texas and Oklahoma in now. I don't know if they're going to be excited about it in a few years, because just as deep of pockets as Texas, the Oklahoma oil fields, right? So are you going to have essentially them, which is one of the reasons why your boy Saban was complaining.
Yeah, you're already seeing it because he's calling out the A&M money. And I mean, the A&M money is where it's at. So Texas doesn't make it any better. I mean, you're just ranking the second deepest pockets in the state right there with them. And then, like you said, you bring in the Oklahoma money as well. You're man, this is going to be interesting. Wild, Wild West Super 16. Alabama might be in trouble. Tuscaloosa doesn't have those deep pockets.
No, they don't. And
they better bring in more Mercedes dealers. That's all I know.
I know they have money when it comes to Alabama, but you're talking about a different level when you talk about Texas A&M or just the state of Texas, Oklahoma, just the entire oil industry area. So that's going to get interesting. It's just like when you get it down the line, will the teams in California start bringing in the big money? Will kids start making decisions to go to states like, we'll say, the state of Florida, because there's no state income tax when it comes to the NIL deals? Like, all this stuff is going to come into play.
Remember who took over the Pac-12? Who's the Pac-12 commissioner, and where did he come from? Wasn't it a casino background? Didn't he come from MGM Grand, if I'm not mistaken? Now you wait till the Pac-12 starts dropping that casino money and them licensing agreements, and then we see who's playing where. You want to talk about California blowing up?
Right. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, look, trying to think. I mean, could Nevada, could UNLV, could they blow up in some part? I'm not saying necessarily the football, but maybe basketball. Could UNLV's basketball team come back to rise because of NIL deals, and you got Vegas money sitting there? Could you get a team in New York who I don't think football would be realistic, but I could see a small school in New York pulling up the money to be able to compete. All these NIL deals, it's like I've said before, college sports is essentially dead. It's now become minor league basketball, minor league football, whatever you want to call it, but it's not really college. It's not college athletics. It's, you know, the amateurism is gone as far as the elite players. I know that I know your guy playing offensive line at MTSU is not making the money that Bryce Young's making at Alabama, right? But when it's all said and done, you're going to get probably before it's all said. Well, I'll put it this way. Probably by the end of our lifetimes, you're going to get 25 to 30 teams in college football, college basketball that are going to go into their own little conference, and they'll compete because they'll be the only ones that can compete against each other. And who gets that? Look, I know Florida State won't be there. Florida State doesn't have that kind of money. They never have.
Wow. We talked about and we've debated super conferences for years, but you're right. This opens up the portal to really just a closed off 10 to 12, 20 school network.
This kills a school like Georgia, who just won the national championship, right? The Georgia Bulldogs don't have this kind of money. Clemson doesn't have this kind of money. It's going to be the top of the top. It's going to be the ones, maybe the ones with a very long lineage of fans and alumni, maybe like an Ohio State when you don't think about them having money, but maybe because they've been around so long, you would have the dedicated boosters that might throw it in there. Maybe you get a LeBron James who puts money into Ohio State just because he's an Ohio State fan, right? But
he buys a school.
Right, exactly. This whole thing is going to turn into a mess, but the fact that Arch Manning has already gone to Texas, what I would love to know is what are the stipulations? Because no one has talked about this, but you know he went to Texas, and you know someone said if you come to Texas, you're going to get X, Y, and Z, right?
Steve said no alcohol sponsors.
But when do I get X, Y, and Z? Because if you pay me now, and then let's say 5 months from now, I go, I already got your money. Maybe I'm going to go to Penn State. Maybe I'm going to go to Southern Cal. So you got to figure that's got to be a part of it.
No Shinerbach.
The Major League Baseball has said that it is now okay for Major League Baseball to sell advertisements. I forget what it was called. I had it written down the other day during the broadcast, but marijuana sponsors, as long as they don't have the THC. So I think it was called something like CBD or CBD or something like that. So those sponsors are now legal for Major League Baseball.
Like the crypto FTX logos you see and stuff like that. You were going to start seeing random different companies
It's a big joint on someone's shoulder. I don't know what they're, half the stuff that I see, I don't know what it stands for. There was something that was going on. I don't even remember what sport it was now, but me and my wife looked it up because we were curious what it stood for, and what it stood for. I had no idea that was the sponsor. And I actually knew that sponsor by its parent company name and didn't even know that they had changed names. I cannot remember what in the world I was watching, but the point is some of these sponsors are going to have to really be, to the point, because if you put Coca-Cola or Pepsi on,
are you saying they're going to have to be blunt?
Yeah. Well, like if you put Coca-Cola or Pepsi on a shirt, you know what that Coca-Cola or Pepsi is. But if you just put some random word on a jersey, I think it was a basketball jersey. It was an NBA jersey. And they were, I wish I could remember what it was that it was the Miami Heat. They had something on their jersey. And long story short, if you're familiar with Chronos and what Chronos does for software, it was the company that runs Chronos, but it said something else on the jersey. And I was like, what in the hell is that? We had to look it up. I was like, man, I would have never realized that they had changed names because I've always known it as Chronos. But anyways, it's stuff like that where, I guess they're going to start putting a big J on them. Jay with a smoke.
Miami Heat.
We'll get you heated. We'll get you blazed up. Moving on.
Speaking of jerseys, let's go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off of that one.
Moving on from that, the NBA Finals, by the way, they were outviewed by Game 6 of the NBA Finals, which, by the way, is Boston, the Northeast versus California, right? You couldn't pick two better areas of the country. Maybe if it was the Lakers, that has a little more pizzazz, Lakers Celtics, but you got Golden State of California versus Boston, right? And Game 6 of that finals was beaten by Game 6 of the World Series. And do you remember everyone complaining about the fact that this is not what Major League Baseball wants? They don't want Houston versus Atlanta because it was a Southern World Series, and it was, it's basically two states that are almost neighboring each other, and no one's going to care. They still got higher ratings than the NBA Finals. It was 13 point. It wasn't by much. It was like 13.8 to 14 million, somewhere in that range. But I find that interesting because the the World Series is going up against football season. They're going up against the fall television releases, et cetera, et cetera. NBA has got the world as its oyster in June. They don't have football to compete with. They don't have any other playoffs. Look, there were NHL playoffs, but no NHL playoffs that night. And June, for all intents and purposes, is a dead area for television, right? So anything that you can watch in June today, it's streamed. You can watch that any damn time. It's not a new release. So I found that interesting. What say you?
It is interesting. I have to go back to just don't alienate your fan base. And I think you saw that. And it's the only thing that I can think would resonate to have those too large of a market and you still get outnumbered like that during the dead period is people have just tuned out. You've got to find a way to bring them back in and put a product on.
We're not even talking about if it was Game 7 of like Dodgers Yankees, right? New York versus LA, right? This was Atlanta Houston. This is one of the worst matchups that Major League Baseball could think of as far as not having like a broad market. You don't mind having Atlanta in there. You don't mind having Houston there, but you don't want them playing each other because where are you going to draw from the rest of the country?
I agree with you 100%. It's the only thing I can correlate it to is that you allowed some of your stars and your league to turn off your fan base, and you haven't gained their trust back. They haven't turned their sets on. They're watching something else, or they're just tuned out.
Now, granted, it was higher than last year's, so they're getting fans back per se. And I do think some of it that helped was the fact that you had a brand like Golden State and you have a brand like the Boston Celtics. That helped immensely, right? But even still,
having full stadiums helps as well. I mean, it's just a better product to see on TV. You need it.
But last year's had full stadiums. It was 2 years ago that they didn't have a stadium.
I thought last year still had the virtual. My bad.
Last year was last year was a terrible matchup for them. It was Phoenix versus Milwaukee. I mean, as much as MLB might be complaining about Atlanta versus Houston, Texas, Milwaukee versus Phoenix. I mean, come on. I tried to force myself to watch that damn thing. I was like, I literally don't care who wins this thing. Normally you can at least find an antagonist. You're like, man, I really hope this team doesn't win. But I'm like, they're nice guys. I wouldn't mind. I don't care who wins this one. That's not really what you want. You kind of want the jerk in the room going, anyone but LeBron to win it, right? But anyways, I did find that interesting. And then the other thing that you brought up to me was the funny tweet that Tom Brady sent out, basically saying, "Are you kidding me?" Because the Pats are going to wear the throwback jerseys. And I really think this is a direct snipe. I don't think he's so mad that the Pats are wearing that jersey, but they are all disappointed in Tampa Bay that the Bucs are not going to wear their throwback orange creamsicle Bucco Bruce jerseys and helmets, which I can't blame him because that is an iconic look Why the hell we're not getting that? I don't know.
I mean, maybe you got to live in the state of Florida to like it. I've never liked it.
We have to sit through years and years of color rushes, right?
True.
But we can't watch Bucko Bruce. You know what I don't like is when they share the Bucko Bruce jerseys and helmets, and they show it orange on orange. That's not how the Bucks wore it in the 70s and 80s. It was orange top on white pants, and those I like. When it goes orange on orange, then to me it looks too much like literally like a creamsicle.
I went completely different rant with that jersey. One, it brought back horrific memories of the last time he wore that jersey, which was the domination of the Tennessee Titans in Gillette Stadium, and I think it was 59-0. I remember it was snowing.
Red on red too, didn't they?
Do what?
Weren't they red on red?
Yes.
Yeah. Which wasn't typical either, because back in their heyday, it was a red shirt on a white pants.
But it reminds me of the mythical red jerseys that have been talked about but never seen in the history of the Titans/Oilers, that people swear this jersey was produced, but it's never been worn, whether it was made or not. You've seen replicas, but there is so anytime I see the red throwback jerseys, it always reminds me of the Phantom Titan jersey, or I guess it would have been an Oiler jersey. Did it or did it not exist? And then it reminds me of that elusive 59-0 beatdown, and I don't think I've ever seen one of my teams take a beating that bad.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That's the worst. And it was national primetime. I felt like it was Thanksgiving. It may have been Christmas, but it was one of the big holidays.
It was like
games.
a Saturday night. They have nothing else to watch but that, right? Like you couldn't even say, "Man, I really wish."
I couldn't find anywhere to hide.
I really wish the World Series was on right now, so some people wouldn't be watching this right now. Aren't the Titans going to wear the Oilers throwback this year? I thought I saw that, or no?
I have not seen the official. I have not.
I follow what's his name, Jim Wyatt, on Twitter. I thought that's but maybe he was just saying that they were thinking about it, so maybe it hasn't been official yet. But I think all the teams should get to wear a throwback at least once every 2 years, right? I don't want to go overkill. I don't want to do like the Oregon Ducks football squad, where you don't even know what their actual uniform is, because everything's an alternate jersey. I've got something that I grabbed for you, and I thought this would be fun. The Southeastern Conference schedule. I highlighted some games that are out of conference that might grab your attention. And I may not, and you may not know that these games are going on. I didn't know some of these were going on until I looked at it today. Are you ready for this?
Hit me with it.
I put glasses on nowadays because who is this? Lindy's. They still make all their the Princess High. I mean, really? Okay.
It's the same size it's always been. It's just getting smaller to you.
It is. It's getting real. And my arms just aren't long enough anymore. The first one that jumps out at me, Alabama schedule. Of course, everything stops with Alabama in the SEC. Not only do they play the Texas A&M game on October 6th, and everyone's jazzed up for that. Did you know that they were playing at Texas this year? Because I did not know that.
I did not, but that is going to be very interesting now.
September 10th. So the second weekend of the season at Texas. Now, I don't know if this is a home and home. I don't remember them playing recently. So I'm thinking that maybe they go to Alabama next year or the year after. And of course, if things change, this could be a regular thing. I would still love for them to announce, at least tell us, what are you going to do with the divisions, right? Like, what is the SEC going to do with the divisions? Because I'm really hoping Alabama comes east. Tennessee's got to play them anyways, and that'd force Florida to have to play them every year.
I mean, you might as well, but dang gummit. Now we're never going to win a conference championship, or at least our half of the division.
The next one that jumped out at me, Auburn is at home against Penn State. That one didn't surprise me because they played him, was it last year or the year before up there, right?
Yep.
So, but still, that's a fun out-of-conference game. Florida starts the season off at home, but it's against Utah, who's everything I keep seeing that they're going to be projected number 7 to 10 in the country.
It's a stacked defense. I caught a lot of, well, I mean, it doesn't matter why I was watching a lot of late night Pac-10 or Pac-12 football, but yeah, saw a lot of them last season, and expect that defense to, that's going to be an interesting test right out of the bat.
How about the first weekend of the season also in Atlanta? So it'll be like the Peach Bowl Classic or whatever they call it. The Bulldogs are going to be home against Oregon. Well, it'll be a neutral field, but it's in Atlanta. So it's, come on.
Yeah.
Oregon. I don't expect Georgia to struggle against Oregon, but it is the first week of the season. So you still have to worry about that, right?
Yeah, worry about a little rust on defense, and you could see some wrinkles out of that Oregon offense. So
Tennessee starts the season off with Ball State. That's what you want. You don't want, let's go out there and play Dallas Cowboys and see what we really got going. No, I don't want that.
Hell, that might be a little tough for Tennessee. I mean, Georgia State's still fresh on the mind.
The other one, now this is LSU's first game. Florida State's going to have one warm-up game. Florida State's going to play Duquesne, I think, August 27th. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's not much of a warm-up game. You're not getting much of a litmus test the following week in New Orleans. So I'm thinking it must be in the Saints Stadium. Florida State at LSU. That's interesting because you don't know what to expect from either one of these teams. This is a season where Norvell better bring his A game. Now, I'm not saying he has to win that game. He can't get his ass kicked, right? He can't go into that game and lose by 30 and go, everything's fine, guys. Brick by brick. Let's just keep going.
Hey, those are our bricks. You don't have bricks down there.
Where's the other one at?
I mean, when are y'all going to sign up Jacksonville State? And let's just go ahead and get this over with and get Dion in the house and let him go ahead and get his new job. I mean, just bring him on in.
We don't want any more of that.
You want any more Dion on the sideline?
No. That guy already stole guys from us. Texas A&M's playing the Miami Hurricanes. Week 3 of the college football season, so September 17th. Now that game's in Texas A&M, but look, that's not necessarily a pushover. Miami should have a pretty good team. They got that Van Dyke kid coming back. That right there is going to be a really good matchup. And so those are some of your SEC games that are going to be out of conference. I mean, Ole Miss is going to Georgia Tech, but I mean, come on, Georgia Tech's been terrible. See if there's any others. That's pretty much it as far as out of conference games early on in the season. But those are some good litmus tests for some teams. Which
going to find out what they have
right most? Alabama, Texas.
Alabama, Texas is there. Florida, Utah is very interesting to me, just because I think we're going to see a very good test for Florida right out of the gate, and I'd say those are probably the top two. The last one's probably not that big of interest.
Tennessee plays at Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh should be gutted. I mean, it seemed like every person that was worth a damn on Pittsburgh either went to the draft or transferred out of there.
The Miami A&M is interesting because you want to know if A&M has what it takes to back up. If you're going to call out Saban, do you have enough to back it up 2 years in a row? So you want to see them not struggle and handily take care of business in that game if you feel confident that they're going to turn around in October and walk into Tuscaloosa and do it.
And of course, like when we talk interconference games, I think the number one game that everyone wants to see is A&M and Alabama, right?
Oh yeah.
And what you love about that, if you're a Tennessee fan, is Tennessee plays Alabama the week after. And I believe, let me double check that.
It's in Knoxville.
Yeah, it's in Knoxville. And see, A&M, yes, it is directly the week after. I wasn't sure if they had a week off before. So, yeah, I mean, that's Tennessee's got a chance to sneak up on them because there's going to be so much smack talk leading up to that game. Strangely enough, Tennessee could sneak up on Alabama, of all things. We never would have thought that growing up, right?
I have no comment. I'm not answering that one. I remember days where we had streaks. Okay. It hasn't always been this way. Alabama fans, Tennessee fans, we used to win them every once in a while. In Florida, you too. We used to have a rivalry. It's been a while, but I guess like Back to the Future. We'll be back next year.
And Clemson, they don't really play anyone out of conference, except they do. Well, I guess it's technically out of conference. They're at Notre Dame this year.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to me to see if Clemson bounces back. Because I'll tell you what, that DJ Uiagalelei, if he's going to be under center again this year, that kid's going to have to make some big time strides. Because he was absolutely awful last year.
Do we see in this world of NIL for a Clemson to compete? Do you have to have a 4-year team? Do you have to have a roster again? Do we have to see schools go back to build rosters for dedicated athletes and student athletes, actual student athletes that are wanting to be there all 4 years? Because that's the only way you're going to compete, is if you can build a true team.
I don't know if look, if Clemson, that NIL thing could also cause someone like a Dabo, who most people would be like, you'd be nuts to leave Clemson. You've built a legacy there, right?
But can he now?
But can he continue to build that under these new rules? And so that to me is going to be one of the biggest question marks, is even if you build something with a college football program, and I'll take a good example, say Georgia Tech. Let's say someone goes into Georgia Tech and they start building it. How are you going to keep a guy to stay when Georgia Tech does not have the kind of money and he could be lured away from, like, we'll just say Michigan or Ohio State, or, it could even be someone in conference.
I think it opens up the possibility of what you alluded to. You might actually be cannibalizing your sport to where you only have a field of 48 schools, because you only have so many that can play, because the rest of them can't field a roster that even compete with it. I'm not saying it's a losing money proposition. You're still going to have it, but if your team is not winning and but if you're just signing up to be, a homecoming for this elite power conference with deep pockets, then there's going to be a lot of programs fold. MTSU can't compete with that. You might as well just shut the football program down.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're not going to be able to play schools. But it's not just the MTSUs that are going to go by the wayside. I really think in 15 to 20 years, you're going to get a bunch of kids that are going to be playing in like a super conference. And then schools, and I'm not going to put Tennessee in this one, okay? Tennessee might be able to find a way to get the money. But schools like Florida State and Miami are going to be in their own little thing, playing for a different kind of national championship. Because I don't see how smaller schools like Florida State and Miami are going to be able to compete with the Alabamas and the Texases and the Oklahomas on a year in and year out basis for the same athletes, because we're just getting this NIL started. Eventually that NIL, it's going to get organized and you're going to have a payroll. Was it Jason Day of Ohio State said the other day, he was telling his alumni that he needed somewhere around $13 to $15 million a year to be able to compete. And basically what it broke down to is about $500,000 per starter.
Well, and you've got to think about from the the protection aspect of your player, not only at the collegiate level, but a draft prospect. You better make sure the books are clean. The taxes are paid, because your draft prospect is
IRS comes back and I get your ass. Do you go on probation too?
Is that lack of institutional control?
I mean,
who knows?
It's none of your business, right? Dude, you pay your taxes or not, I don't care. 3-4 years from now, that's on you. But that's going to become a thing where a kid coming in to play college sports is going to have some kind of an accounting, at least minor, so that they understand that, hey, dude, you got to pay your taxes, bro. Let's go ahead and get into baseball real quick, because the games Going to start here in a minute. We're going to get you set real quick. Braves, Dodgers. Braves are at home for a 3-game set against LA. Tonight, it's Ian Anderson versus Urias. The lineups are out and set. We're back to normal. Some guys got some days off. So it'll be Acuna, Swanson, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, Contreras, Duvall, Arcia, and Harris. And, of course, Freddie Freeman will be in the lineup for the Dodgers. What say you on this series? We've won 17 of our last 20. And what took 3 or 4 from the Giants, which I think is a bigger deal than the winning those 14 in a row, right? What say you on this series?
I got Urias starting and need a quality start tonight because that's probably not going to happen the way this offense has been popping. I did get the rare luxury of seeing Tuesday night's game, and that was some fireworks. That Giants Braves game was like 7-6 in the 3rd inning. I mean, it was just a fireworks show. So I think the offense is opened up. I think they're going to score some runs and attack the Dodgers early. And I think you get 2. I don't think it'll be a sweep, and hopefully you don't get swept, but I think they take 2 out of 3 this weekend.
Tomorrow night, so you got Anderson going tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday is Strider, and who is it tomorrow night? It's escaping me. Let me look it up real quick. Tomorrow night, it is Fried. Okay, for some reason I thought I had that wrong in my head. Fried versus Mitch White. Though Mitch White has pitched well, come on. You got to win.
You should get to it. Yes.
You got to win that one. Now, the game Sunday night, Strider, that's going to be the difficult one that I would say that you're probably going to be underdog there because it's Strider who has been up and down. But, I mean, he's a good pitcher against Gonsolin, who is right now the front runner for the Cy Young, a 9-0 record for the Catman and a 1.58 ERA. So that's why I think tonight you got to get the W because you hope to win the first 2 because the game 3 is a crapshoot. We have gotten to Gonsolin in the playoffs, but this seems like it's a different guy. What is your walk-off for the day?
Welcome home, Freddie. I hope to see a good classy tribute, and I want to see some jawing. I want to see a little Cunha Freddie rubbing it up a little on first base.
My walk-off for the day is, how about Tommy Pham is coming into San Francisco tonight to face Jock Peterson and the Giants. And Jock Peterson said that he hopes the fans treat him okay and blah, blah, blah. Dude, whatever, man. That dude slapped you, man. Why are you going to have his back? To hell with that. And I mean, if I'm Jock, just to save face, dude, I am going out. The first time I'm heading to second, I'm going to miss the bag entirely and take him out in left field. That is.
I'll swing it wide.
Yeah. Why the hell am I going to sit here and do that? Oh, okay. I hope they treat him well. I want him shaking in his boots when he comes in my stadium. All right, brother. Great job. We will see you in a couple weeks because next week's 4th of July weekend, so we will not be here for the pregame show. And then I'm out of town. I'm actually going to be going to the Cardinals game the following weekend. So for some reason you make it into the area that Wednesday, let me know. Cardinals, it is Brian Snitker bobblehead holding the trophy night, if I said that right, if that makes sense.
Cardinals, Atlanta.
Yeah, Cardinals are in Atlanta, and Brian Snitker's little bobblehead that Wednesday night. So we'll see you about mid-July.
See you, bud. Be safe.
All right, brother.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is set. It is Truist Park, Atlanta, Georgia. And Freddie Freeman, homecoming night, as he receives his 2021 World Series ring in front of a sold-out crowd here in Braves country. Game one of a 3-game series, the Dodgers 43-25 on the year versus the Braves 41-30 on the year. A rematch of the 2021 NLCS, which the Braves took 4 out of 6. For the Dodgers tonight, leading off, it'll be Trey Turner, and playing shortstop, Freddie Freeman will be batting second. And we expect a standing ovation that may become deafening here in Truist Park. Will Smith batting third and behind the plate. Max Muncy is our cleanup hitter, and he is playing third tonight. Chris Taylor is in left field and batting fifth. Justin Turner is the designated hitter and batting sixth. Gavin Lux is at second and batting seventh. Bellinger, your center fielder for the Dodgers, and batting eighth. And Trace Thompson, the brother of Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors, he was acquired in a trade from the Tigers recently. He is batting ninth and playing right field. Mookie Betts on the injured list in case you have missed that little nugget. He cracked ribs and they expect him to miss several weeks. So that is set for the Dodgers. The Braves lineup looks like this. Acuna leading off and batting right, playing right field, Dansby. Swanson is your number two hitter playing short. Riley, third base, batting third. Olsen, the cleanup hitter and batting first, playing first, Ozuna is the designated hitter. He'll be batting fifth. Contreras is behind the plate, not Darnode. He's batting sixth. Duvall in left, batting seventh. Arcia at second in the 8th spot. And Michael Harris, the second, is batting ninth. Freddie Freeman getting his World Series ring tonight, the first time he has gotten that ring. Remember when we went out to LA before, the Braves players had not gotten their rings yet. So Freddie getting the ring in front of the crowd, and the crowd gave him an ovation, as you can expect. Freddie Freeman, a big part, not just of Braves country the last several years, but also of that championship team. Tonight on the mound, it is going to be Ian Anderson for the Atlanta Braves. He is 6-3 with a 4.35 ERA, a 1.39 WHIP, and a 2.48 batting average against. Last time out against the Cubs, he went 6 2/3 with 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, 3 hits, and no earned runs. 4 of his last 5 outings, though, 4 earned runs or more, averaging about 5 1/3 innings. His counterpart will be Julio Urias. Urias, the lefty for the Dodgers, which the Braves have had great success against lefties, but Urias is one of the better ones. He's 4-6 on the year, but don't let the record fool you. He's got a 2.56 ERA and a 2.12 batting average against, a 102 WHIP, 70 innings pitched, 62 strikeouts and 17 walks. He is 2-5 in his last 8, but has only given up more than 2 earned runs twice. So you got to figure runs are going to be hard to come by. We're getting set for first pitch as the Braves come into tonight 4 games behind the New York Mets. The Mets are in Miami this weekend. They expect to get Max Scherzer back soon, possibly as early as Sunday. Philadelphia Phillies, they are 4 behind the Atlanta Braves, and the wild card looks like this. The Braves are now just 2.5 behind the San Diego Padres as they lost to Philadelphia last night. That is the first and second slot in the wild card. It's San Diego 1, Braves 2.5 back at number 2. The third and final wild card slot right now is held by Milwaukee and St. Louis. They are tied for the division lead. They are tied for that final slot. They are 2 behind Atlanta. The San Francisco Giants are 2.5 behind Atlanta. And right now, if the season were to end today, St. Louis would win the division. The Brewers would get the wild card via the slots. The Braves would be the number 5 team in the playoff lineup and would have to play that first round on the road. Ian Anderson is finishing up his final warm-ups, and we're getting set for Braves country baseball. The Atlanta Braves are wearing their red tops and blue writing with the white trim, their Friday night specials, the white pants. He'll be going up against the Dodgers. They've got their road grays with the blue writing, Dodgers across the chest, Braves with the Braves across the chest and the red tomahawk. And the first pitch is on the way from Anderson, and it's a fastball swung on by Trey Turner, batting .312 on the year. He fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. We're just getting started here. Braves country baseball. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that ball is rifled into right field just past the diving glove of Matt Olson. And Trey Turner's on, one on, nobody out for Freddie Freeman coming to the plate. You got a righty-lefty matchup here. Freddie Freeman coming to the plate and getting a standing ovation. In fact, the Braves are going to give him a couple of minutes. See Contreras walk out in front of the plate to kind of let him soak it all in. His Braves country showing all the love and appreciation for Freddie Freeman over the years. He is tipping his cap at home plate, has the batting helmet off and raising it to Braves country. I'm sure a lot of things are going through his mind right now. A lot of emotion. He's trying not to tear up. You see him take a couple of deep breaths and walk away from home plate for a second. As Freddie Freeman signed in the offseason with the LA Dodgers. Multi-year deal that took him away from Atlanta and Braves country. He gives William Contreras behind the plate a big hug. And we're getting set here. Freddie Freeman giving a big smile and a kind of head nod to Ian Anderson. I'm sure there's a lot of emotions on both sides there. And Freeman stamps up to the plate, and we are back to the game. Ian Anderson comes for the windup. He flips over to first base to keep Trey Turner, very dangerous base runner, close to the bag. Freddie Freeman hitting .303 on the year. The first pitch on the way to Freeman, and he's first pitch hunting like he does. Rifles it down the right field side, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. We're just getting going here. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. Dodgers have a runner on first, nobody out, and Freddie Freeman is at the plate. The first pitch on the way to Freeman, or second pitch on the way to Freeman, is in the dirt. Looked like the changeup, plenty low, and it's 1-1. Thanks for stopping by and joining us here for Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday night and Friday night, along with pop-up broadcasts. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It is a changeup way low, and Freddie now has the 2-1 count in his favor. Braves are playing a big-time shift. In fact, Riley is maybe 10 feet left of second, and no one else is even close to that side. The 2-1 pitch is wide and outside. It's 3-1. Ian Anderson pitching around him big time, standing on deck. The right-handed Will Smith, the catcher. 3-1 pitch is wide and high. Ball 4, and it's a 5-pitch walk to Freddie Freeman. Ian Anderson, I don't know if the jitters are there for him as well, but he was nowhere near the plate after that first pitch was hammered foul. 4 consecutive balls. And there's runners on first and second. Nobody out. And the number 3 hitter, Will Smith, coming to the plate. Smith is a .256 batter. The first pitch is fastball way outside the zone. And in the other batter's box, it's 1-0. Smith, 10 home runs on the year. The 1-0 pitch to Smith is a changeup, misses low, and it's now 2-0. Ian Anderson not starting off well. Will Smith, 10 home runs, a .795 OPS. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 2-0 delivery, he flips and fires, and it's a fastball top of the zone. Called for a strike. It's 2-1. Anderson, I'm sure, would love to get a ground ball here to induce a double play. Standing on deck is the left-handed Muncy. The 2-1 delivery. He kicks and fires, and that ball is swung on and rifled into left field. Trey Turner's coming around third. Here's the throw to the plate, and it is up the line, bounces off of Contreras' glove. Freddie ends up at third, Smith at second, and an errant throw by Duvall lets the runners move up 90 more feet. It's 1-0 Dodgers. Got to wonder why Duvall even tried to throw out Turner. Turner's one of the fastest players in baseball. Would have made more sense to hit the cutoff man there. He sailed the ball over Ian Anderson's head, who was trying to cut the throw off. The errant throw almost hit Turner at the plate as he was sliding in. So 1-0 Dodgers. Max Muncy comes to the plate, and there's a changeup in the dirt. My word, about a 48-footer, and it's 1-0. Rough start for Ian Anderson so far. William Contreras is coming out to talk to Anderson. See if they can get on the same page. Along with the Braves pitching coach, Kranitz, he's coming out probably just to calm him down a little bit. The nerves have to be going. It's a packed house in Atlanta. Of course, everybody wants to see, and everyone wants to beat, not just Freddie Freeman, but the Dodgers as well. Bit of a rivalry has brewed with these teams over the last several years. Dodgers and Braves were old National League West foes for the first few decades of the Atlanta Braves' existence. Kranitz goes back to the dugout, and we're set for action again. The 1-0 pitch to Muncy is a fastball, top of the zone, misses high, and it's 2-0. Ian Anderson having a rough go already. He has struggled early in some of his outings. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Ball 3-0. Look like the changeup. He is not hitting his pitches. Chris Taylor stands on deck. Of course, Taylor, Game 5 World Series hero for the Dodgers, had 3 home runs that night. The 3-0 pitch on the way, and it is way high. Ball 4. He wasn't even close to the zone on any of those pitches. So the bases are loaded, nobody out. Ian Anderson, this could be an early night for him if he can't get it out here soon. Taylor's coming to the plate. Chris Taylor, righty-righty matchup here. 252 on the year, 6 home runs, 26 RBI. You got Taylor at the plate and Justin Turner on deck. The first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Justin Turner is off to a slow start. He's only batting .220. So if you can get around Taylor, you might be able to get out of this inning. Lux is the number 7 hitter from the left side. He's batting .284. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that ball is hit down the left field line, foul, just past third base. It's 0-2. Dodgers 1, Braves nothing. Just getting going here in the top of the first inning. There's nobody out, bases loaded. Chris Taylor batting .333 in his career with the bases loaded. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a Change up just inside. Did he go around? He did not. They check down to first base to CB Buckner. He says no, and it's 1-2. Mark Rippinger is behind home plate. He'll be calling the balls and strikes. CB Buckner at first, Malachi Moore at second, and Corey Blasser is your third base umpire. Game 1 of a 3-game series. The 1-2 delivery. He kicks and fires, and it's a fastball on the outer edge. Froze him. And it's strike 3. Taylor got caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away. That ball was definitely on the plate. Taylor questioned a little bit, but that got quite a bit of the plate. I don't know if he thought that might have been high. Not sure, but there's one away. So a big strikeout there for Ian Anderson. Now a double play could get you out of the inning. But a very good, polished professional hitter, and Justin Turner comes to the plate. He's batting just .220 on the season, 4 home runs. The first pitch to Turner is high and outside. It's 1-0. The Mets and Marlins are tied in the bottom of the third. That game is in Miami. They have a 3-game series. The 1-0 pitch on the way is a change up in their dirt. It is now 2-0 to Justin Turner. The left-handed Lux standing on deck with Bellinger in the hole. On the hill tonight in Miami is Sandy Alcantara for the Marlins. Definite Cy Young candidate. The Mets are countering with Taijuan Walker. Justin Turner asked for time. So we'll reset here. Ian Anderson looks into Contreras. He kicks and deals, and the fastball swung on and hit high and deep into left center field. Underneath it is Harris. Tagging is Freddie Freeman. The throw is going to come to third. He'll score easily, and it's 2-0 Los Angeles. But I think all things considered, we'll take that as a positive. It's 2-0 LA, and there's 2 outs, runners on first and second. He put a charge into that, but just got underneath it. Turner slammed the bat as he headed back, knowing he just missed that. That could have been a heavy blow early on. That'll bring Gavin Lux to the plate. Gavin Lux is batting .284 on the year. The first pitch is a changeup, swung on and banged foul down the first base side. It's 0-1. 745 OPS with 2 home runs and 17 RBIs for Gavin Lux. Lux plays all over. He's at second base tonight, but he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife. The 0-1 pitch is way outside, changeup, and it's 1-1. Dodgers 2, Braves nothing. Runners on first and second, 2 away. The 1-1 delivery. Kicks and deals, fastball just inside. Lux bent out of the way, but it wasn't nearly that close. It's two and one. Ian Anderson has already thrown 25 pitches in this inning and a hot night in Atlanta. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and there's a fastball, misses way low over the plate. It's now 3-1 to Lux. And Cody Bellinger stands on deck. Anderson looks into Contreras, and they're kind of going back and forth on the sign, so they're going to reset it. Now we're ready for the pitch. The 3-1 delivery is on the way, and that ball swung on and hit into center field. Underneath it is Harris. He'll catch it right before the warning track, and that'll get us out of a long first inning, but not before the Dodgers score 2. The Braves coming to the plate, down 2-0.
That reminds me, I dreamed about your sister yesterday. My sister? Yeah. What do you mean dream? What kind of dream? A sex dream. Oh, that's my sister we're talking about.
You're having sex with my sister in reality.
But that's my wife. I got a contract with the priest. You're having premarital sex dreams.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina, together, they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell that. Everybody's like, football is a team game. Okay, it's not a team game. Okay, I did my part. All right, I put in a great game plan. I mean, these players, they're horrible. My players are no good. I mean, everybody's like, no excuses. I got 22 excuses. 11 on my offense and 11 on my defense. Our offensive coordinator is terrible. He gets half of his plays off of Madden. Red zone defense is like Oprah. Like, you get a touchdown, you get a touchdown, you get a touchdown. Our quarterback, look at the playbook. We put in plays for Peyton Manning. He plays like Cooper Manning. Tried to recruit bigger, better players to come play for us, but they went to good schools. I'm down to Rick Pitino some guys if I need to, but not at this level. I'm not going to jail for these kids.
Armchair.
The greatest competitions, I think, in sports is the pitcher and the hitter. Now, I'm going to hit this ball. See, right now, I'm going to be better than you. And this pitcher's saying the same thing. I'm going to be better than you at this particular moment. This is in a pressure situation. So, and you are competing, and it's nobody can help you. Nobody can block for you in this. You got to do it on your own.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 2-0 after a rough first inning. Ian Anderson giving up 2 earned runs, pushed his pitch count up near 30. The Braves will now go to work against Julio Urias. It'll be Urias, the lefty, versus Ronald Acuna Jr., the righty, and the first pitch is way outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves would like to return the favor, at least get a run here and maybe get Urias some difficult work. Braves coming off of a tough 4-game series against the Giants. The Dodgers putting away the Reds with these. The 1-0 pitch is been outside, but called a strike. It's 1-1. Four-seam fastball was just past the edge of the plate. But Ripperger is giving the benefit of the doubt early on. The 1-1 pitch to Acuna is outside. That one is called for a ball. It's 2-1. Good eye by Ronald. Freddie Freeman comes home for the first time since signing with the Dodgers. He got his ring earlier tonight. A standing ovation at the plate. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. It's a fastball rifled by at the knees over the plate. It's 2-2. Acuna having the day off yesterday. Brian Snitker tried to give some of his stars the day off. Riley, Acuna, the 2-2 pitch is swung on and popped up foul back out of play. It's 2-2. Acuna, Riley, and Duvall all had the day off. Duvall did come in the bottom of the ninth to play defense for Ozuna. Braves put 7 runs on the board yesterday. Dansby Swanson hitting 2 solo shots. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is down below the knees, full count. It's 3-2. Happy National Take Your Dog to Work Day. Didn't even know that was a thing, but it is a thing. So you got a full count to Ronald Acuna Jr. The 7th pitch of the at-bat. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is high, ball 4, and it's a 7-pitch walk to Acuna, and he'll head down to first and reunite with Freddie. Remember they had that off-season tat, and Acuna hits first base, and the first thing they do is give each other a hug. Acuna talked about, I don't know what Freddie's saying in Acuna's ear, but I'm sure it's something to the effect of, "We're good, aren't we?" And they embrace one more time. Freddie was known to uphold what they call the Braves way that was passed down from Chipper. The first pitch to Swanson is swung on and missed. Looked like a curveball at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Acuna, one of the young, exciting stars, wants to play the game his way, and I guess there was a bit of a confrontation between the two. The 0-1 to Swanson on the way, swung on and missed, strike 2, and Swanson's bat goes flying. Went all the way over Max Muncy's head at third base into shallow left field. Dodgers bat boy goes and grabs it for him. He gave us a heck of a hearty swing and just lost control of the bat. That bat went airborne. Muncy just stuck his glove up to make sure he didn't get hit in the head with that thing. Haven't seen a bat go that far in quite some time. It's an 0-2 pitch to Swanson. You got to wonder if Acuna will be running. Got to expect some kind of off-speed pitch to Swanson. And Urias thinking the same thing, flips it over to first. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Braves trail 2-0. We're just getting going here. Bottom of the first inning. The 0-2 pitch from Urias, and Acuna staying, and it's way outside. Look like the changeup. It's 1-2. Mets and Marlins still tied at 1, and that game is in the 4th inning. They got going about an hour before the Braves game did today. With 2 good pitchers on the mound, that game may get through pretty early. The 1-2 pitch, Acuna's going, swung on and missed, strike 3. Acuna is in there with the stolen base, and his hand came off the bag, and Lux nailed the tag, so he is out as well. Acuna beat the throw by a mile, but his hand came off the bag. He tried to grab the bag with his foot, but the momentum took him way off the bag. It was a wide slide by Acuna, and a good job of, in fact, both his hand and his foot came off the bag. He tried to hook the bag with his toe, but nothing doing. And it's a quick double play, as it was a fastball at the top of the zone. Might as well have been a pitch out, but he beat the throw. Just came off the bag. The first pitch to Riley is swung on and missed. Change up down below the knees, and it's 0-1. Riley's got 18 home runs on the year, 14 RBI, an 836 OPS. The big rake digging in for the 0-1 pitch, and that fastball is way outside into the left-handed batter's box. It's 1-1. Tonight in Rome, Georgia, it is Charlie Morton bobblehead night. I believe he's wearing a Rome jersey. The 1-1 pitch to Riley is swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn to Freddie Freeman. That'll end the inning. So the Braves put one on, but quickly put away, and that ends the first. It is 2-0 Los Angeles. We head to the second.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankees system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the third round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
I look like a douchebag. I've seen mirrors. I get it. Like, I understand. Like, I feel like before I even picked up the microphone, most of you already didn't like me. And that's okay, because 80s movies have taught you to not trust someone with my hair and bone structure. I get it. I actually recently joined a support group for people who peaked in high school. It's called CrossFit. I started doing, have you heard of it? It's like, all right, here's twice your body weight. You're going to pick it up, set it down, then scream like a wounded Spartan. Okay, what about form? No time for form. Just try to live with your back.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Los Angeles 2-0. Cody Bellinger, the number 8 hitter, steps into the box, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back. 93-mile-an-hour fastball up around the letters. It's 0-1. Bellinger's hitting .213 on the year, 9 home runs, 27 RBI, a .676 OPS. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Changeup just faded off the plate. It's 0-2. Anderson, after a rough first inning, looks to have better control out the gate. The 0-2 pitch is a changeup off the plate. It's 1-2. That was actually a pretty good pitch by Anderson, trying to get Bellinger to chase. The 1-2 delivery is outside, ball 2, evens up the count. Curveball missed. It's 2-2. Seems to be hitting his spots with the changeup and fastball, but the curveball seems to be missing today. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Changeup just faded out of the zone. And a quick dip is a swing and a miss. There's one away. Nice pitch. Started about thigh high. By the time it reached the catcher's mitt, it was down below the shins. If Anderson's hitting that pitch in that spot, he's hard to hit. The first pitch to Trace Thompson is a curveball, clips the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Thompson's hitting 161 on the year, 167, excuse me, 1 home run. The curveball is just outside and wide. It's 1-1. 5 RBI and the .639 OPS for the brother of Klay Thompson. The 1-1 pitch is a changeup, swung on and missed. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Anderson just got a piece of a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Bangs it to the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. MLB.com had an article up this morning talking about the NL the MVP candidates. The 1-2 pitch is fouled to the Dodgers dugout this time. We'll do it again at 1-2. Mentioning Pete Alonso of the Mets, Bryce Harper of the Phillies, Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, and Machado The 1-2 pitch is hit into center field. That's going to get down for a single. Michael Harris is on it. He'll get it in. It's a 1-out single for Trace Thompson. And the Dodgers have something cooking with the leadoff hitter, Trey Turner, coming to the plate. I found it odd that they did not mention Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson's season so far, you could make the argument, especially with the charge the Braves have won 17 of the last 20, is definitely in the MVP conversation. He might be Riley of last year, just not the household name that's going to get the votes. Trey Turner 1 for 1 on the day. The first pitch is swung on and hit into left field, drops just in front of Duvall. And here we go again. There's runners on first and second, one away, with Freddie Freeman coming to the plate. That curveball that Anderson keeps trying to place is just catching too much of the zone. The last two pitches were curveballs that were hammered into the left to left center field area. He hangs one to Freddie. It's going to be 5-0. Here's the first pitch from Anderson, and swung on and missed, changeup, outer part of the zone. It's 0-1. Freddie Freeman walked on 5 pitches his first time up. Only one pitch was in the zone, and that ball was hammered foul. The 0-1 delivery to Freeman, kicks and fires, and it's a changeup in the dirt, bounces across the plate. It's 1-1. Dodgers 2, Braves nothing. Top of the second inning. 1 away for Freeman. The 1-1 kick swung on and banged foul down the first base line. And Ian's ahead at 1-2. Anderson already thrown 42 pitches on the evening. He has struggled in some of his games early on, and it has drove his pitch count up. The 1-2 kicks and fires and just gets a piece of it to stay alive. 88-mile-an-hour changeup on the outer edge. We'll do it again at 1-2. If you missed the news earlier, Florida State baseball has hired a new head coach. It's Link Jarrett from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, who just went to the College World Series. Jarrett played at Florida State and is from Tallahassee. The 1-2 pitch from Anderson swung on and missed, strike 3. He strikes out Freeman. Fastball on the outer edge, and there's 2 away. I think Freeman might have been looking for the off speed, just could not catch up with that fastball. Contreras had the glove up high. I think he was trying to get him to chase and pop it up. So he missed the mark, but he got the K. That'll bring Will Smith, the catcher, to the plate. He's 1 for 1 on the night. First pitch to Smith is grounded foul down the third base line, scooped up by the ball boy. He'll give it to a fan, and it's 0-1. Anderson with his third strikeout on the night, but has walked 2 batters. It's given up 4 hits and 2 runs. LA 2, Atlanta nothing. 2 outs, 2 on. The 0-1 delivery is a fastball wide and outside. It's 1-1. Another interesting thing that was brought up today, 6 teams in Major League Baseball are on pace to have 100 losses or more. The first time since 1998. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and hit high, but not very deep and playable for Acuna. Acuna goes in, then has to trot back. He'll get the out, and that'll end the inning. So the Dodgers put 2 on, but fail to score. The Braves will grab the bats. Olson, Ozuna, and Contreras heading to the dish. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
She left me. She left me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
After all we've been through.
I don't know what.
I trusted her.
I know, buddy.
And she left me.
I know.
This hurts so bad.
I know.
And it's like she doesn't even care.
Listen, Amy is only. Yeah, Amy. Who are you talking about?
My Uber driver. This heifer left talking about I'm taking too long. I said, bitch, I'm on my...
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Branch Rickey graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, struggled as a catcher for a few years in the major leagues, got a law degree but failed to drum up any clients, gratefully returned to baseball, working for the St. Louis Browns, one of the poorest teams in the majors. He moved up quickly within the organization, scout, club secretary, and in 1913, manager. Rickey was a genius at making do with less. He approached his job scientifically, introducing unusual calisthenics, batting cages, and sliding pits.
No ball player can learn to steal bases by practicing sliding in the sand pits. I wouldn't ask a veteran to slide into a pit. I don't think much of this theory stuff. Miller Huggins.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, LA Dodgers, LA up early 2-0. Still a long way to go. Be a lefty-lefty matchup here as Matt Olson digs in against Urias, and the first pitch is fouled back up against the screen. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves with a 3-game series here against the Dodgers at home. Then we hit the road. The first of a 20-game stint without a day off for the Braves. The 0-1 pitch to Olson is inside, just inside the plate. Good eye by Olson. Did not go around. It's 1-1. Atlanta will be off Monday. We'll be back with the broadcast per usual on Tuesday night in Philadelphia. An early 7:05 first pitch. The 1-1 delivery from Urias. It's a nice little slider on the inner part of the plate. Called for a strike. It's 1-2. That's a 3-game series with the Phillies on the road. Then they head to the Cincinnati Reds. 1-2 pitch is swung on and hit into left field. And that ball's going to get over the left fielder. Taylor, he had gone in early and then realized the ball's going to get over his head. So he tried to circle back, but the ball bounces off the warning track and into Braves country in left field, and it's a leadoff double for Olson. You know Olson wants a big weekend. It's going to be nothing but comparisons on how he did versus how Freddie did. So 1 on, nobody out. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna batting .229 on the year with 13 home runs. Braves next Friday night. That is a very early first pitch, so no pregame show. It's a 6:40 Eastern first pitch. The first pitch to Ozuna tonight is high, and it's 1-0. 13 home runs, 29 RBIs, and a .693 OPS for Marcell. 1-0 delivery. is outer edge, called for a strike, just kisses the black. It's 1-1. After that 6-game road trip in Philly and Cincy, Atlanta comes home for 10 against the Cardinals. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 2. Change up that he just missed time. It's 1-2. Cardinals, Nationals, and then a big series against the Mets. Atlanta will finish off before the All-Star break as the 1-2 pitch to Ozuna is high and outside. Good eye by Marcell. Evens the count at 2-2. They'll finish off the long stretch with a 4-game road trip in Washington. So a long stretch of games for the Atlanta Braves without a day off beginning Tuesday. The 2-2 pitch. Change at way low and misses outside. It's now 3-2. LA 2, Braves nothing. Matt Olson stands on second with nobody out. On deck is William Contreras. The 3-2 delivery swung on and popped up, but it's going to bend foul behind the home plate and into the stands, up into the second deck. We'll do it again. 3-2. Mets lead the Marlins 2-1. That game is in the 4th. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3, fastball right across the plate, 95 miles an hour. I think Ozuna was looking for something off speed, and there's one away. William Contreras comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. Contreras batting .275, 9 home runs, 18 RBI, and a .949 OPS. Giving Travis d'Arnaud the day off. Available off the bench. The first pitch is swung on and hammered over to the shortstop, caught by Turner. He goes to look to try to flip it over to second, loses the handle, but they're going to say that he held on long enough for the out, and there's 2 away. Olson was leaning off the base, was thinking about running, realized that he had to dive back to first. Turner didn't have much of a chance to double him up, but he was looking to try. It would have been close, but I don't think he would have got him. So there's 2 away to Adam Duvall. Duvall digging in with a .204 average, 8 home runs, 27 RBI. The first pitch to Duvall is in the dirt and taken low. It's 1-0. Those 6 teams that I was referring to that are on pace for 100 losses or more, this would be the first time in almost 25 years that would happen. And remember, that was an expansion year. The Oakland A's, Reds, Nationals, Cubs, Kansas City, and the Tigers. The 1-0 pitch to Duvall is a fastball outer edge, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Urias kind of has a slower, deliberate timing to the plate. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and hammered foul, but way foul, and it's 1-2. The Phillies are on the left coast tonight. They are taking on the San Diego Padres. That game starts at 9:40 Eastern. Atlanta trying to get on the board here. The runner on second, 2 away. Olson would be running at the crack of the bat. The 1-2 from Urias is outside, swung on and hit up the middle, but right to the second baseman, Lux, who's standing behind the bag. He flips it over to Freddie, and that'll end the inning. The Braves put one on, the leadoff runner on, but they can't get him home. We'll head to the top of the third. It's 2-0 Los Angeles.
Hello.
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah.
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah. How can I forget? Wow. How you doing? I haven't heard from you in
9 months.
Armchair.
You know what's the worst is when they're telling you a story and you want to listen, but just what they're talking about, you can't even retain it. So I'm supposed to go out to lunch with Jennifer. I'm all ready to do that. I show up. She's there with Susan. She knows I hate Susan. Susan's been going to the gym. I mean, at that point, you start thinking about your own life, right? Why don't I take Nebraska given 28? What's wrong with me? It's an away game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Mets threw a combined no-hitter against the Phillies. Because of 6 walks, it took them 159 pitches. This set the record for the most pitches thrown in a no-hitter. Miguel Cabrera got his 3,000th hit. With that single, he became the first player ever with 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a Triple Crown. Anthony Rizzo hit 3 homers in a game for the first time in his career. It's the only time where a player hit 3 home runs in a game, averaging just 350 feet. The San Diego Padres may not be known for their defense, but they did just set a new defensive record. The 2022 Padres are the first team in history to start the season with 11 consecutive games without an error.
Ricky barred profanity and poker playing and liquor. Offered evening lectures on baseball theory called Skull Sessions. Keeping a promise to his mother, managed just 6 days a week, leaving an assistant to take over for him on Sundays. In 1919, the Browns' crosstown rivals, the hapless St. Louis Cardinals, offered him a still bigger job as general manager at double the salary. He would spend the next 23 years with the Cardinals and in the process, profoundly change the game of baseball.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch from Ian Anderson to Muncy is a changeup on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Muncy walked his first time up. The 0-1 delivery from Ian is grounded foul past first base, and it's 0-2. Anderson would love a quick inning here. He's already up to 49 pitches on the night. A long first inning contributed to that. The 0-2 delivery and change up low and taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Max Muncy batting 170 on the year. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strikeout. Looked like the curveball, and he might have gotten that thing under control. There's one away. Ian Anderson, it's his 4th strikeout of the night. That brings up Chris Taylor, the number 5 hitter. He's 0 for 1 on the night, 251 batting average, 6 home runs, 26 RBI. First pitch on the way is fastball hammered to the third base side, just stays inside the foul line and backhanded by Austin Riley. He scoops and fires it over to first, and there's 2 away. Outstanding play by Riley. When the ball first went over to him, it almost looked like it was going to hit the bag, which would have been a disaster, but missed the bag by about a foot or so, and a great defensive play by Riley. There's 2 away. Top of the 3rd inning, Ian Anderson, if he could get Justin Turner, who comes up, out quickly, it'd be a good inning for him. The first pitch is a fastball top of the zone to Justin, and it's 0-1. Turner, sac fly RBI, drove in Freddie Freeman the first time up. The fastball, 1-0-1 pitch is off the plate and wide. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Anderson, who's working much faster now. Change up in the dirt. 2-1 to Justin Turner. Two-one delivery from Ian Anderson, swung on and missed. Changeup that just dropped right over the plate. And it evens up the count at 2-2. LA 2, Atlanta nothing. Top of the third inning. When Atlanta comes back up to bat, it'll be Arcia, Harris, and Acuna. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike three, and Ian Anderson looks like to be in a little better rhythm. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. Atlanta trails it 2-0.
Is that the sauce we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking.
Okay.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Happy Friday night to you. Appreciate you stopping in and saying hi as we get the first pitch for the top of the third. Is a fastball outer edge of the plate to Arcia. It's 0-1. Orlando Arcia batting .329 on the year, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. The lefty Urias bends over, then kicks and deals, and swung on by Arcia. It's a comebacker to the mound. Urias had to go to his left. He throws it to Freddie, and the ball's in the dirt and gets away from Freeman. And Arcia will be safe. Got to be an error, E1 on the play. Freeman, who we all know is very good at picking those balls out of the dirt, also had to navigate the fact the ball was taking him into the runner's base path. I'm sure that was on his mind and trying to put his foot back on the bag. So the Braves will get their leadoff hitter on. A potential unearned run standing on first. And the first pitch on the way to Harris is on the way, slider right across the belt, and it's 0-1. Michael Harris batting .330 on the year, 3 home runs, 14 RBIs, an .896 OPS for the rookie. The 0-1 pitch is hit foul back behind the plate up against the screen. It's 0-2. Gotta love those Friday night red uniforms of the Braves. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike three. Curveball that was in the dirt, and he went fishing for it. And there's one away. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate, the tying run. Acuna first time up, reached first base via the walk, and then was thrown out at second after what would have been a stolen base, but he came off the bag. Here's the first pitch to Acuna, and he grounds it foul to the third base side. Muncy will backhand it and toss it into the stands for a souvenir. It's 0-1. Acuna batting average has dropped quite a bit over the last couple of weeks as he's been a little bit of a funk. Now batting .275. The 0-1 delivery from Urias, and Blue's going to call time for a second. I think it was asked for by Acuna. Dodgers are in a shift to pull. Three of the four infielders are left of the second base bag. Freddie Freeman's all by his lonesome. The 0-1 pitch is outer edge. Good pitch, but just missed the plate. It's 1-1. Heck of a changeup by Urias. One of those pitches that was off the plate, but if he called it a strike, you wouldn't have been shocked. The 1-1 pitch to Acuna on the way, and it's a fastball. Same basic area. That one's called a strike. It's 1-2. Ronald Acuna wearing his signature yellow on his arm pads and the ankle pads. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and roasted into center field. Sliding catch by Bellinger is made there in left center, and Arcia's got to hustle back to first base. There's two away. Acuna put a good charge into that ball, but Bellinger just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Made a difficult but very good play for the second out of the inning. They would have had him play just a little bit more to the right. That would have been in the gap. Probably would have scored Arcia. So that brings Dansby Swanson to the plate. He's 0 for 1. And the first pitch is a fastball below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Swanson struck out in the first inning. He's 0 for 1 on the night, batting .300, 12 home runs, 41 RBI already for the shortstop, who's free agent to be. The 1-0 delivery from Urias. He kicks and deals, and it is off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 2-0. 372 in the month of June with a 1083 OPS for Dansby. He will be in what is a loaded shortstop free agent class next year. Urias bends over, gets ready for the pitch. He kicks and deals, and it's a curveball right there at the knees. Might have been a touch below, but it's called a strike. It's 2-1. Trey Turner, also a free agent to be on the shortstop market. Carlos Correa could be a free agent if he opts out. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a curveball at the knees, called again for a strike. It's 2-2. It's that same basic pitch that Acuna sent into left center. Urias has got it working. He's getting the call for it. So the 2-2 delivery, Deuce is wild. 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Looked like the changeup, and Dansby just could not time it up. So we'll head to the top of the 4th inning. Los Angeles leads it 2-0.
You know, a lot of these girls are out here calling each other sis because they're both calling the same dude daddy. What a time to be alive.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a 1-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the Los Angeles Dodgers 2-0 as the Dodgers jumped on Ian Anderson early for 2 runs in the first. It's been zeros ever since. That'll bring Gavin Lux to the plate. Lux is 0 for 1 on the night, and the first pitch is on the way to Lux, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Lux is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-1. One delivery from Ian Anderson's in the dirt again. Ball 2. Ball just skipping across the plate. Looked like the changeup. And it's 2-1 to Gavin Lux. Lux batting .283 on the year. They're set for the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back off of the glove of Contreras. We'll get a new ball here and even count it 2-2. Top of the 4th inning here. The Mets lead Miami 5-2. Sandy Alcantara is on the hill tonight for the Marlins. Yankees and Astros are scoreless. That game is in the 4th, and the Red Sox are in Cleveland. They lead it 2-1. 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit back up the middle, ricocheted off of Ian Anderson and kicks over to Arcia, who barehands it, guns it to first, and gets Lux barely. I mean, it was a photo finish down the first base line. What an outstanding play by Arcia. His only chance, it was a comebacker to Anderson, and it ricocheted off his glove as he tried to reach out to grab it. His only chance was to barehand it and throw off his right foot, and just gets a hustling Lux. So that's 1 away. That brings Bellinger to the plate, and a fastball on the outer edge called for a strike, 94 miles an hour on the black. It's 0-1. Bellinger's 0 for 1 on the night. The strikeout is first time up. He knocks the fastball foul down the left field line, way out of play. It's 0-2. Bellinger 212 on the year. The center fielder gets ready for the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike three. That's the second time he has struck out in as many at bats. And there's two away for Anderson here in the top of the fourth. Nice changeup. Just kind of has a tailing fade as it dives off the plate to the left-handed hitters. And that brings Trace Thompson, who's 1 for 1 on the night, to the plate. He swings and misses at the fastball right down Main Street. It's 0-1. Anderson pitching much better than he did in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. Fastball, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-1. Trace Thompson set for the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Changeup just went over it, over the top, and it's 1-2 to the number 9 hitting center right fielder. ACC Big Ten Challenge college basketball has been announced. Some interesting matchups this fall. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Bounced about a foot or two in front of home plate and to the backstop. Good thing Thompson wasn't swinging at that, because he would have made it to first with ease. And evens up the count at 2-2. Indiana, North Carolina, Duke and Ohio State, Purdue, Florida State, Michigan, Virginia headline it. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that ball is rifled over a third, and Riley, who has to leap to make the catch, a line out to the third baseman, will end the inning. So Ian Anderson, another 3 up, 3 down. Atlanta will try to get on the board. When we come back, we're heading to the bottom of the fourth. It's 2-0 LA.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa is the current manager of the White Sox and has been a manager for over 50 years. When he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Los Angeles 2-0. The first pitch to Austin Riley is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Riley 0 for 1 on the night, facing a shift from the LA defense, and fastball swung on and got underneath it, popped it up to right field. Trace Thompson's going to corral it for out number 1. Riley knew he had just missed time that, dropped the head of the bat below the ball and got it lifted up high into right field. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson is 1 for 1. The Braves' lone hit on the night. It was a double into the left field stands, ground rule double. The 1-1 delivery to Olson is a curveball low and below the knees over the plate. It's 1-0. Julio Urias kicks and deals, and the 1-0 pitch is swung on and hammered into the upper deck, but plenty foul, and evens up the count at 1-1. Interesting to note, Julio Urias has the lowest run support in Major League Baseball of qualified starters, averaging just 2.7 runs per game. Now, he already got 2 runs to start out, but hence his 4-6 record with such a low ERA. The 1-1 pitch is way outside, slider missed, and it's 2-1. Urias walks off the mound in disgust, pounding his leg. I guess this is just him upset with himself. You first see that kind of thing from a pitcher, the red flag goes up that he could be injured, but I think he was just dramatics. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside, swung on and missed. Right in Olson's kitchen, it's 2-2. Now Muncy will go over into the shift, so no one is on the Dodger infield from about 10 feet from second base over to the third base line. It's wide open if he can just dribble one down there. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball right in his kitchen. He couldn't catch up with the heat. There's 2 away. Good pitch by Urias. I think Olson was looking for something outer edge and was not ready for that fastball. 94 miles an hour up around the letters near where his hands sit pre-pitch. That'll bring the big bear to the plate, Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna's 0 for 1 on the night. Urias fires the first pitch. It's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball outside the zone. It's 1-0. Ozuna struck out in the second inning, dropping his batting average to 228 with 13 home runs. The 1-0 delivery on the way. Fastball outside, ball 2. 2-0. That one had a little more oomph on it, 95 miles an hour, but couldn't find the plate. Urias has a good pitch count going, only at 53 pitches on the evening here in the 4th inning. The 2-0 pitch to Marcell is high, ball 3. Fastball misses, it's 3-0. Red Sox and Cleveland are now tied up. That game is in the 5th. Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay are tied at 3 in the 5th. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it's a fastball right down the pipe. Marcell taking all the way. It's 3-1. Might have been one he could handle, but I still think that was a good take by Marcell. You want to make Urias throw a strike, especially when you're not the tying run. 3-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Changeup dropped off the plate. Probably looked like a fastball to Marcell, but by the time he swung, it dived out of the zone. It's 3-2. Well, full count to Marcell. The 3-2 delivery, swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball outer edge. May or may not have been a strike, but it is a strikeout. So that'll end the inning. Coming up in the top of the 5th, it's Turner, Freeman, and Will Smith coming to the plate for Los Angeles. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2.
Giants win! A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the series. And the Cubs have finally won it all. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the LA Dodgers 2-0. We're heading to the top of the 5th inning. The 5th inning means it's turn back time. Here's the first pitch on the way from Ian Anderson to Trey Turner, the leadoff man, and it's a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Turner is 2 for 2 on the night. Swung on and misses the second pitch of the at-bat. It's a fastball at the top of the zone. It's quickly 0-2 to Turner. Anderson working fast this inning. The 0-2 pitch is a changeup in the dirt. He doesn't bite. It's 1-2. On this date in 1947, Jackie Robinson steals home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's in the dirt and ball 2, 2-2. That stolen base by Jackie Robinson, which would happen just a couple of months after he made his debut in the major leagues, would be the first of 19 stolen bases at home. The 2-2 pitch is hit high and deep into right field, going back over the wall, and Turner has hit a solo shot to make it 3-0. Fastball that was at the top of the zone, and Ian Anderson missed his mark. And Trey Turner puts it over into the chop house. LA 3, Atlanta nothing. Top of the 5th inning. That was Jackie Robinson's first of 19 stolen bases in his career of home plate. The first pitch to Freddie Freeman is a changeup low. It's 1-0. He would do that at Forbes Field. Brooklyn would win the game 2-0 over the Pirates. The 1-0 pitch to Freeman is a changeup low, and he takes it. It's 2-0. LA 3, Atlanta nothing. Freddie Freeman 0 for 1 on the night with a walk. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's way outside, ball 3, 3-0. A 3-0 pitch to Freeman, and kicks and delivers, and it's inner edge, but not called for a strike. It's a 4-pitch walk to Freeman. Freeman's second walk on the night. Anderson not willing to give in. And that'll bring up the number 3 hitter for the Dodgers, Will Smith. Righty-righty matchup. Smith 1 for 2 on the night, had an RBI single in the first. On this date, 1955, the great Harmon Killebrew would hit his first of 573 home runs with the Washington Senators. First pitch is outside. Take 1-0. Taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Pitch for Ian Anderson. He's going to flip it over to first to keep Freddie from stealing second. Freddie dives into first. As we knew, Freeman will steal a bag from time to time, so you do have to keep an eye on him. The 1-0 pitch from Anderson kicks and deals, and it's out there at the knees. Missed call by Blue. It's 2-0. Colin McHugh is warming up in the Braves bullpen. So if Anderson can't get out of this mess quickly, he'll be hitting the showers. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Changeup, inner part of the plate, and Smith couldn't make contact. It's 2-1. This is the third time through the Dodgers batting order. And opponents have been hitting Ian Anderson at a 377 clip that third time through. The 2-1 from Anderson swung on and hammered down the left field line. And that ball is fair. It's going to get inside the line. Freddie Freeman's around second, heading for third. Smith is on his way to second. It's a double, and the Dodgers have trouble brewing. Second and third, nobody out. Just inside the third base line. That changeup, Smith just barely got it inside the line. Dansby Swanson, Contreras come out to the mound to talk to Anderson. That'll bring up Max Muncy to the plate. Muncy from the left-hand side is 0 for 1. I wonder if they'll pitch around him here with the lefty-righty and nobody out. But you hate to put another runner on. The 0-1 pitch to Muncy is a changeup, misses away. It's 1-0. Ian Anderson about to throw his 84th pitch of the night. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 2-0. Anderson had a really long first inning and then pitched pretty well innings 2, 3, and 4, but has had a rough go of it here in inning 5. On this date, 1993, the San Diego Padres and Miami Marlins make a trade. The Marlins sending Trevor Hoffman to the Padres. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Changeup just over the top was Muncy, and it's 2-1. And the Padres would send Gary Sheffield to the Marlins. Pretty good trade for both sides. Hoffman would go on to the Hall of Fame. Sheffield would probably be in the Hall of Fame. The 2-1 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball, and it's 3-1. If it wasn't for his link to Barry Bonds, I think Sheffield probably would have been in the Hall of Fame by now. So it's a 3-1 count to Max Muncy. Runners on second and third, nobody out. And the pitch is in the dirt, ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out. And here comes Snicker, and you know what that means. Anderson's heading to the showers, and here comes McHugh. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then, when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again, and this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League Championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as one half their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 3-0. And in a world of hurt right now, as the bases are loaded and nobody out, Colin McHugh's coming into the game. His 23rd appearance, 26 innings, 3.76 ERA, 31 strikeouts, 6 walks. Braves are in a shift, so Olson's by his lonesome. Freeman's on third, excuse me. The first pitch is on the way and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Smith is on second and Muncy on first. So not blazing speed on the paths, but good base runners. The 0-1 pitch, top of the zone, misses high. It's 1-1. Colin McHugh coming in, trying to stop the bleeding. As Ian Anderson is done for the night. Anderson, not one of his better outings. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and hammered down the third base line, left field, and just foul inside the line. Went up against the screen. We're probably about 10 feet foul. That could have been big time trouble. Ian Anderson, 4 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 6 hits, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks, but he is responsible for all 3 men on base. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball is fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. McHugh's gone cutter, slider, cutter. The first 4 pitches. Usually likes to drop a change in every once in a while, but might be going a little harder for a strikeout here. Standing on deck is Justin Turner. The 1-2 delivery is fastball, outer edge. Did he go around? Buckner says he did not. Evens the count at 2-2. That ball was really close to the outer edge, and he looked like he might have went around, but they gave him the benefit of the doubt. So a 2-2 count with the bases loaded and absolutely nobody out is on the way. Slider, did he go around that time? He did. Strike 3. Slider went way off the plate, and Taylor could not hold up. That was a good slider by McHugh. There's one away. So a double play could get the Braves out of a mess and keep this game within reach. So we all know the Braves can score a lot of runs in a hurry, so no game's out of reach for the Braves. But Urias is pitching a pretty darn good game. The first pitch to Turner is at the knees, but called low. It's 1-0. Justin Turner, 0 for 1 on the night, does have a sac fly. The 1-0 pitch is another slider outside. This one is outside and out of the zone. It's 2-0. LA 3, Atlanta nothing. Still early on. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Thank you for joining us for Friday Night Baseball. The 2-0 pitch swung on and hit as a grounder to Riley. Riley gets it, fires it over to first, fires over to second. The relay to first is in the ground, and Olsen can't pick it out. He would have been safe anyways, and a runner will score, but there are 2 away. So the Dodgers make it 4-0. Riley had the runner in his tracks. I think if he would have went up and tagged the runner, Braves would have had a better chance of pulling that double play, but it would have been close. Arcia got the ball, but the throw was kind of behind him, so he had to throw off his back foot. So it was an accurate throw, but I don't think even if Olsen scoops that, he would have been out. Best chance for that for Riley probably would have been to go home and then have Contreras try to do the relay to first. Hindsight's 2020. The first pitch on the way, Deluxe is grounded to first, and we're out of the inning as Olsen steps on the bag, but not before the Dodgers put 2 more on the board. It's 4-0. The Braves are coming to the plate with Contreras, Duvall, and Arcia in the bottom of the 5th.
You have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail LA 4-0. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. William Contreras comes to the plate. Contreras trying to get something going here for the Braves with just 1 hit so far for Atlanta. It was the double by Olsen in the 2nd inning. First pitch on the way from Julio Urias is a fastball right at the knees across the plate. It's 0-1. Mets lead Miami 5-2. That game is in the 7th down in Miami. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball, misses inside. It's 1-1. Astros lead the Yankees 3-0. That game is in the 6th inning. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Slider. Thought it was going to hang up for a bit, and Contreras might have get that one, but he just missed it. It's 1-2. Toronto all over Milwaukee, 5-0 in the 3rd. The 1-2 pitch, inside, ball 2, 2-2. Orioles lead the White Sox in Chicago, top of 3. The Cubs lead the Cardinals in St. Louis. That game is in the 3rd. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hit to the left side. Turner's got it, backhands it, fires it over to first, and Freeman's there, and there's one away. Julio Urias pitching a gem so far. The lefty will now face Adam Duvall. Duvall is 0 for 1 on the night. Adam Duvall now batting .203 with 8 home runs. On deck is Orlando Arcia. If anything gets going, it's Michael Harris in the hole. The 0-1 pitch to Duvall is hammered down the left field line, but way foul. Looks like he was looking for that pitch. Curveball was on the inner part of the plate, and he absolutely tomahawked that. That went up into the upper deck, but about 100 feet to the left of the foul pole. Urias bends over, set to deliver, kicks and fires, and it's a fastball outer edge. It's 0-2. Julio Urias only 64 pitches on the night. The 0-2 pitch to Duvall. Fastball swung on and missed, way out of the zone and high, up around his eyeballs, and it's strike number 3, and there's 2 away. He was swinging at that before it ever left Urias's hand. Made up his mind he was swinging at that pitch. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia is 0 for 1 on the night. He's hitting .355 in his last 8 games. The first pitch to Orlando is outer edge, called for a strike. Looked like the slider. It's 0-1. Urias with the slow windup, kicks and delivers, and fastball right there off the edge of the plate. Does not like the call. It's 1-1. That looked like more of a strike than the first one did. Julio Urias with the white eyeglasses kicks and deals, and it's right there at the knees. Fastball inner edge. It's 1-2. His glasses always remind me of Jesse Chavez's glasses. So Arcia trying to keep the Braves inning alive. The 1-2 pitch to Orlando. On the way, kicks and deals, and he swings and hammers it to the left side, but right at Muncy. And Muncy will make the catch. So that'll end the inning. And the Braves 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 6th. Atlanta trails it 4-0.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And the first pitch on the way from McHugh is a slider in the dirt to Bellinger. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from McHugh is swung on and popped up. It's an easy can of corn over to Dansby in between third base and the pitcher's mound. He'll put her away for out number 1. When the Braves come back to bat and in the bottom of the 6th, they'll have Harris, Acuna, and Swanson. The chance to get something going. See the news about Alvin Kamara. He says he is expecting a 6-game suspension from the brawl that he had in the offseason. Well, it's actually the regular season towards the end. First pitch, Trace Thompson, is a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch from McHugh is slapped into center field. On it is Harris, right center field. Harris gets the ball back into the infield quickly. There's 1 on, 1 away for Trey Turner. Trey Turner hit a solo shot his last time up. Freddie Freeman will stand on deck. Kamara is accused of breaking a man's eye socket in a bar fight. And according to the guidelines of the NFLPA, they're expecting a 6-game suspension. The 0-1 pitch to Turner's a slider. He chases it out of the zone. It's 0-1. Turner's 3 for 3 on the night. 2 singles, a solo shot. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Slider missed right there over the plate. It's 0-2. One more turn back time. This involves the Braves and the Dodgers as the 0-2 delivery from McHugh. Kicks and deals, fastball high. Contreras had to jump up to keep that from going to the backstop. It's 1-2. On this date in 2018, the Dodgers tie an Atlanta Braves record from 2006. The Dodgers hit 7 solo home runs, beating the Mets 8-7, and that matched the feat by the Braves in 2006 against the Dodgers. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Strike 3. Chase that slider again. And there's 2 away. McHugh in that at bat threw 4 pitches. 3 were sliders, which he missed all 3 of them. The 4th being the ball was a fastball high. That brings Freddie Freeman to the plate. Freeman's 0 for 1 on the night with a walk, and he hits the first pitch into right field through the shift, and he'll get on base with the 2-out single. Trace Thompson goes from first to second as Acuna was on it fast to keep Thompson from going from first to third. Sharply hit ball right through the wicket. Riley was playing shallow right, and Arcia was over at short. Dansby was playing right a second. Ball sent in between Dansby and Riley into right field, right to Acuna. That'll bring Will Smith, who's 2 for 3 on the night, to the plate. The first pitch to Smith is a fastball high. Contreras jumps to his feet to chase Trace Thompson back to the bag. Thompson had a really large lead. Contreras was thinking about throwing behind it, but held on to the ball. The 1-0 delivery from McHugh is a slider, hits the wide side of the plate for a strike. It's 1-1. Also on this date in 2008, Julio Castillo of the Peoria Chiefs was arrested as McHugh chases Thompson back with a pickoff move, but doesn't throw the ball. He was arrested in the minor league game as he threw a ball at the Dayton Dragon dugout. The 1-1 pitch on the way is a slider, misses outside. It's 2-1. When he threw the ball, it was during a brawl. The brawl breaks out. Julio Castillo fired a ball into the dugout, and it ricocheted and hit a fan, resulting in assault charges. The 2-1 pitch on the way from McHugh is a slider at the knees. They're going to call that a low and a ball, but it looked like a strike. It's 3-1. Runners on first and second, 2 away. A 3-1 pitch to the number 3 hitter, Smith. Muncy stands on deck. Here's a 3-1, and it's a slider inner part of the plate, taken for a strike. It's full count now at 3-2. So the runners are going to be going. Any ball that gets down is going to be a run for sure. Anything in the gap would probably score Freddie. The 3-2 delivery from McHugh. The righty kicks and deals, swung on, and hit to the left side. Riley's got it. He scoops it, flips it over to first, and gets Smith by a mile. So that'll end the inning. Dodgers threatened but failed to score. Harris, Acuna, and Swanson on the way.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug?
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am a thug.
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am.
How are you a thug?
I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 4-0, but they got the big bats coming to the plate. Michael Harris will lead it off, the Atlanta native and rookie. He's batting .330 on the year. 326 currently, .330 coming into tonight. The first pitch on the way to Harris is swung on and missed. Fastball right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. Julio Urias pitching a whale of a ball game. No one's been able to really touch him. He's only given up 1 hit. The 0-1 delivery is swung on and missed. Fastball up around the letters, nowhere near the zone, and it's 0-2. The Dodgers will now go into a full shift with 2 strikes on Harris. The 0-2 pitch to Michael on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and he's just outmatched in this at bat. Strike 3, and there's 1 away. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna is 0 for 1 with a walk. Caught stealing, but not really. He slid off the bag. He got the bag, but went over the bag and couldn't hold on. They applied the tag, but beat the throw in the first inning. The first pitch to Acuna is a fastball, belt high on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Marlins have pulled within 2. It's 5-3 going to the 8th inning in Miami. The 0-1 pitch is inside. Almost gets Acuna. He gives a stare out to the mound, and it's 1-1. I think that might have just been a warning pitch to get Acuna from diving over the plate. But as many times as Acuna's been hit, it tends to wear on you. Dodgers playing Acuna on the shift. The 1-1 is outside. Ball 2. It's 2-1. Looked like the changeup that missed. Uri is still just at 75 pitches on the night. Has not had a inning where he really had to labor. The second inning, the most pitches he threw was only 16. Urias bends over, kicks the high leg kick and deal, and it's a fastball, top of the zone, swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Dansby Swanson. So you got a 2-2 count to Acuna. Like to see what the Braves could do if they could get someone on and get a little traffic going. The 2-2 pitch swung on and dribbled down the left side. Muncy gives it chase. He charges and scoops the ball barehanded, but puts it in his pocket. No way to catch the speedy Acuna, and it's an infield hit for a Ronald Acuna Jr. Good hustle. basically a swinging bunt that stayed fair. And Acuna was flying out of the box. Muncy had no chance of catching him at first. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Swanson is 0 for 2 on the night. Now with the runner on the base paths, I doubt Acuna would be going in a 4-run game, but you never know. First pitch by Urias is swung on and hit down the right field line, and diving for is Trace Thompson, and Acuna was going on the play. He makes it all the way to third on that play. Acuna went after the crack of the bat. He did not think that ball was going to be caught. Thompson dove for the ball and almost made the play. So a fortunate drop of the ball as it dropped right into Thompson's glove, who tried to underhand basket catch it as he was diving forward, and it hit the heel of his glove, bounced out, and Acuna went first to third on the play. Thompson, great job of jumping up and making it a very quick bounce away as he jumped up and kept Acuna from scoring. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley's 0 for 2 with a pop out and a fly out. Braves have runners on the corners with 1 away. Matt Olson stands on deck. The first sign of life by the Atlanta offense all night long, and the Braves fans are at their feet. First pitch to Riley is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Urias tried to get him to chase at the changeup, so I'm sure he would love to get him to hit a ground ball. Wonder if Dansby might go to try to eliminate that double play threat. You've got Riley, Olson on deck, Ozuna in the hole if they can keep things going. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Urias, swung on and fouled back out of play up against the screen behind home plate, and it's 1-1. LA 4, Atlanta nothing, but the Braves have runners on the corners with just 1 away in the heart of the lineup at the plate. Riley, who's been a little cold here recently, is due for a big one. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, let her high, and it's 1-2. Urias, sweating profusely, keeps grabbing that rosin bag to try to keep the moisture off his hand, I'm sure. But then ironically licks his fingers the moment he gets, the moment he grabs the bag, after he drops the bag, excuse me. So Urias taking his time to get set, crouches down, bends at the knees, looks into Smith. The 1-2 pitch to Riley is on the way. It's outside, changeup. Tried to get him to chase at that one again. It's 2-2. Same pitch that he threw on the first pitch. Trying to get Riley to chase. The 2-2 pitch to Austin Riley. 2 on. 2-2 count. Here's the delivery, and it's a fastball just high. Good eye by Austin. And it's 3-2 to the big rake. So you'll have Dansby Swanson could be going on this on a full count. You got to figure Riley's going to get something to hit. A fly ball would break the scorelessness of the Braves. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and hammered foul. Out of play, it's 3-2. Braves have not scored since I believe it was the 4th or 5th inning of yesterday's game when it was 6-1 and Dansby Swanson hit that home run to make it 7-1. Braves will go on to win 7-6, needing that extra run. Dodgers bullpen is getting warm. They got the right-hander up. The Urias would probably face Olson after this. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball high. Dansby was going, but it does not matter as the bases are loaded for Big Matt Olson. Wouldn't this be poetic justice if Olson could crank one out and hit a grand slam to tie a game? So much scrutiny that he's got. So many people keep comparing. It's an unfair comparison comparing him to Freddie Freeman. The Braves chop is going wild. The Dodgers are going out to talk to Urias. I believe Pryor, who's the pitching coach, I don't think he's making a pitching change. He motioned to the home plate umpire, but I think he's just going out there to talk to him, which makes sense because you want the lefty to face Olson. They can't get him, then I would think they're going to go to the pen. Urias is throwing a pretty good game still, even though some of those pitches that are missing are just missing. But he will be about to throw the 86th pitch of the night. Olson hit a double earlier in the game. He's 1 for 2 on the night. 274 lifetime batting average with 4 grand slams with the bases loaded and 62 at bats. The first pitch to Olson is swung on and popped up, and giving chase is the third baseman. Muncy is just going to bend out of play. It's 0-1. Dodgers almost got a gift there. Good pitch by Urias. Looked like the curveball on the outer edge. Dodgers are playing a pretty honest infield. So they're trying to stay in double play depth. A little bit of a shift to the right side, but not over exacerbated like a lot of teams do. The 0-1 pitch from Urias is a curveball way outside and low. It's 1-1. Trying to get Olson a chase. Atlanta Braves trying to crack onto the scoreboard. Speaking of the scoreboard, the Tampa Bay Lightning lead Colorado 1-0 in the second period, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. The 1-1 pitch to Olson. Fastball high, ball 2-1. Houston Astros lead the Yankees 3-1. That game is in the 8th. A 2-1 pitch to Matt Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 89th pitch of the night is on the way, swung on and popped up into the outfield. Underneath it's the left fielder, Taylor. He's going to catch it. And here comes Acuna. He'll score, and it's 4-1. We would have liked a base hit there, but we're on the scoreboard. Good base running by Acuna. Taylor was going to his left side, so it was going to make it impossible for him to make that play with Acuna's speed. And Olson drives in a run, and that will bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. We'll see if they let Urias face Ozuna. It would be a lefty-righty matchup. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, so they may let him go. We'll see what happens here, as there is a pause in the action. I think the catcher's trying to buy time. He's calling time and going through the motions like he's changing the signs, but maybe not. Urias is back, ready to kick it, and the first pitch is swung on and banged foul down the third base line. Just foul. If that was about an inch or two left to the right, Muncy would have been able to step on the bag and then the inning. But instead, it's an 0-1 count with runners on first and second, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna could tie this up with one swing. LA 4, Atlanta 1. Runners on first and second, 2 away. An 0-1 pitch to Ozuna from Urias. Urias bends over. The high leg kick and deals. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. 95 miles an hour behind home plate. It's 0-2. So now Urias has the whole kit and caboodle at his disposal. Throw the ball anywhere, and Ozuna's got to be on his toes now with an 0-2 count. With 2 outs, anything that gets down would surely score a run, if not 2. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Fastball high, 95 mile an hour. Good eye by Marcell, and it's 1-2. That was the same pitch that you saw Duvall swing and miss on with 2 strikes earlier in the game. Marcell not biting. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Fat changeup just got a piece of it on the outer edge of the plate. It's foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Colorado has tied it up with the Lightning, by the way, in that Stanley Cup Finals. If Colorado wins tonight, the series is over. Colorado would win the Stanley Cup. If Tampa Bay wins, there'd be another game 6 in Tampa Sunday night. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Marcell. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball top of the zone. That one was a little closer, and Marcell could not catch up. So that'll end the inning, but Atlanta puts one on the board. We'll head to the top of the 7th. It's 4-1 LA.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were on lockdown. Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten
state,
they were at a. If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1, but finally got some offense going in the last inning. Colin McHugh is back out on the mound, and he'll face Max Muncy, who's 0 for 1 on the day. Lefty-righty matchup here. The left-hander digs into the plate and takes the first pitch across the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. McHugh has thrown 26 pitches on the night so far, so keep an eye on that. The 0-1 delivery is slider outside, tried to backdoor it. It's 1-1. Taylor and Turner, excuse me, are due up after Muncy. The 1-1 backdoor slider hits this time. It's 1-2. McHugh's really had that slider working this evening. 1-2 pitch from Colin. Fires another slider, swung on and missed. Strike 3. And there's one away. He is hard to hit when he's got that slider working. That'll bring up Chris Taylor, who's 0 for 3 on the night. Two strikeouts and a ground out for Taylor. The first pitch from McHugh is a fastball, outer edge, just missed. It's 1-0. They're in the top of the ninth in Miami. The Mets lead at 5-3. If these scores hold, the Mets would push their lead back out to 5 games over the Braves. The 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Dylan Lee is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. So they would go to the lefty if need be. 1-1 pitch is low, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Got some late games going on tonight. Major League Baseball. The 2-1 pitch, slider, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 2-2. Mariners and Angels, Detroit and Arizona, Philly and San Diego, and Cincinnati at San Francisco, all about to begin. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit hard down the third base line. Foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. With the wild card also in play, Braves would be pulling for San Diego and Cincinnati tonight. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Behind the plate, it's 2-2. Colin McHugh about to throw his 36th pitch of the evening. Here's the delivery from McHugh, swung on and grounded to third. Got it. Riley fires it over to first, and he beats the runner by about 2 steps. There's 2 away. That'll bring Justin Turner to the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Justin Turner, the designated hitter this evening. A sac fly RBI in the first. First pitch is on the way, and it is a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. Kind of a down year so far for Justin Turner. The 0-1 pitch is outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Mackenzie Gore is on the hill tonight for the Padres against Nola for the Phillies. So it should be a pretty good pitching matchup out there on the West Coast. The 1-1 pitch is shot up the middle, but backhanding it is Arcia over second base. He'll flip it over to first and get Justin Turner by a country mile, and that'll end the inning. So the Atlanta Braves get a clean inning out of McHugh. We head to the bottom of the seventh. It's time to stretch in Braves country. We trail by 3.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sioux. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the crowd. I need a peanut and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1, but somewhat have cracked the armor of the LA Dodgers as they finally got on the board last inning. Atlanta's going to have Contreras, Duvall, and Arcia coming to the plate. Phillips will be coming in for the Dodgers bullpen. The right-hander has a 2.03 ERA. Evan Phillips, 26 innings pitched, 33 strikeouts, a 101 whip. He's a career 5.36 ERA. But having one heck of a year at age 27 for the Dodgers. And Atlanta need to get something going here. Only 3 more times up, trailing by 3 runs. You never know when that Dodgers offense could strike again. Phillips finished with his warm-up pitches, is getting ready for the first pitch to William Contreras. And the first pitch is outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Looked like the slider about 85 miles an hour. Just painting the corner. Good pitch by Evan Phillips. Tampa Bay is tied with Pittsburgh 3-3 in the 8th inning. 5-2 Boston over Cleveland in the 7th. Here's the 0-1 pitch for Phillips, and it's another slider, misses way outside. It's 1-1. LA 4, Atlanta 1, bottom of the 7th inning. We're just starting the 7th. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and hit hard into center field, but right at Cody Bellinger. He's got it for out number 1. So Contreras will go down now 0 for 3 on the night. See if he gets another up. Here comes Adam Duvall. Duvall, he's hitless, 0 for 2 and a strikeout his last time up. Braves have only put together 3 hits on the evening as Julio Urias. His evening is done, but what an evening he had. 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. The first pitch is a fastball right down the pipe to Duvall. He's taking all the way. It's 0-1. Urias gave up 1 run, 2 walks. Lowers his ERA to 2.48. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Tell Phillips relies heavily on that slider, tries to get the righties to chase. Kind of similar to McHugh. 1-1 pitch is swung on and hit to the left side, scooped up by Muncy. He'll flip it over to first, beat Duvall by several steps, and there's 2 away. Lando Arcia 0 for 2 on the night. He comes to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Arcia, if he can reach, would bring Michael Harris to the plate. Would face Phillips to would force Phillips to face the lefty. The first pitch to Arcia is at the knees, 96-mile-an-hour strike, and it's 0-1. Arcia did reach on an error in the 3rd inning. Bad throw by Urias to first. The 0-1 pitch, slider way outside, goes to the backstop, but no one's on base, so no harm, no foul. It's 1-1. Julio Urias came into the night 4-6. He would stand to get the W. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Slider that Arcia mistimed. It's 1-2. Arcia spun and just absolutely sold out on that pitch. He's trying to take that into the upper deck. So now a 1-2 pitch to Arcia is on the way, and he hits it high, but not very deep and playable into right field. Trace Thompson's underneath it for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. LA leads it 4-1.
I'm a vegetarian, no, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, and he could be a big part of the Angels in 2022. He's known as a laid-back, reserved guy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fiddlers on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Los Angeles 4-1. And the Dodgers will be bringing Lux, Bellinger, and Thompson to the plate, the 7, 8, 9 hitters. And here comes Dylan Lee out of the pen. The first pitch is swung on and missed by Lux. It's 0-1. Lee, 13 innings pitched so far with a .68 ERA, 11 strikeouts and 2 walks in 9 appearances. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and curveball right there across the plate at the knees, about thigh high. It's 0-2. Birthday time here on Braves Country Baseball. It's Dylan Lee, lefty-lefty matchup with Lux. Digs in, kicks and deals, and he drags it to the left side. Lee gives chase and tries to barehand it. He cannot scoop it up, and Lux will have an infield single to start the inning. His only chance to get the speedy Lux was to try to barehand scoop it and flip it over to Olsen. Ball was kind of in no man's land. I don't even know if he scoops that, if he's going to beat Lux out. It would have to have been a really fast throw at short range. Would have been difficult to, might have handcuffed Olsen, to be honest, and it may have went into the outfield. So all things considered, that might have been the best case scenario. Bellinger, the lefty, comes up to the plate, and the first curveball misses low. It's 1-0. Remember Phil Hughes of the New York Yankees, the 2009 World Series champion Yankees, reliever? He is 36 years old. Had been out of baseball for about 4 or 5 years. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up into left field. Underneath it is Duvall. He gives chase, and he is underneath it for out number 1. Happy birthday to Christopher Morel. The Cubs rookie center fielder is 23 years old today. Ex-Brave Juan Francisco that played for Atlanta in the 2012 season, the infielder, played a little third, played a little everywhere. He is 35 years old, had 9 home runs that year with the 2012 Braves. First pitch from Lee to Thompson is a fastball, top of the zone, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Outside the world of baseball, Lionel Messi, 10-time La Liga champion winner, is 35. JJ Redick, ex-Duke and ex-NBA player, he is 38 years old. The 1-0 pitch is a slider. It was a little low, but Thompson went around. It's 1-1. Outside the world of sports, Mindy Kaling from The Office is 43 years old. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and then slider swung on and missed. Inner half might have been the curveball. It's 1-2. Fleetwood Mac's Mick Fleetwood is 75 years old today. The 1-2 pitch from Lee to Thompson. On the way inside, almost gets Thompson, just misses, thankfully, and it's 2-2. Jeff Cease, lead guitarist for the Black Crowes, he is 55. And Aaron Moriarty, 28 years old, star of The Boys. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball right there. Caught looking. Thompson couldn't get the bat off the shoulder. And strikeout. Go set him down. There's 2 away. And that's your birthdays. Tampa Bay has taken a 2-1 lead over Colorado. That game is heading towards the end of the second. First pitch to Trey Turner, who's 3 for 4, is a fastball top of the zone in the corner, top corner. It's 0-1. Turner 2 for 2 with a solo shot. The 0-1 delivery, fastball outer edge, just missed the outside, and it's 1-1. Would have liked to have had that call, but that you're going to get the call on both sides of the plate. The 1-1 pitch from Dylan Lee. Curveball just below the zone. Good eye by Turner. And it's 2-1. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. The 2-1 from Lee. He bends in, looks in, gets the sign, kicks and deals. Fastball swung on and missed. Top half of the zone. It's 2-2. 1 on, 2 out. A 2-2 pitch to Trey Turner. With Freeman on deck. Wind up in the pitch and fastball fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Dylan Lee's really done a very good job out of the Braves pen, considering it's put in there in a jam. Tyler Matzik injury. The 2-2 pitch from Lee swung on. It's a comebacker to Lee. He backhands it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So a good inning by Lee. Another one. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Braves will grab the bats, trailing by 3.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name,
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin,
No, it isn't.
and she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing? Snuggle. I am so out of here.
Wait, come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
You're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine. Hey, fella, this is your new home. Welcome to Counterville.
I just found your old milkshake machine.
Oh, we're going to have to move the toaster.
Between seasons, baseball's brightest stars supplemented their salaries on the vaudeville circuit. Outfielder Turkey Mike Donlin of the New York Giants married an actress and performed with her on tour. Cap Anson recited a monologue written for him by George M. Cohan. Even Christy Mathewson once played the Palace.
John McGraw, who had no act, he didn't sing, he didn't dance. Not that the other players necessarily did, but they tried. John McGraw would go on the vaudeville circuit in the offseason and simply be John McGraw. He would recite, he would answer questions. It was a sort of a Chautauqua form in a low-life territory.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. Michael Harris, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Dansby Swanson due up here in the bottom of the 8th. If they can get anything going, it'll be the heart of the lineup. The first pitch on the way from Hudson, who's now in the game, and it's a fastball swung on and missed by Harris, way out of the zone. It's 0-1. 97-mile-an-hour fastball that Harris was way behind. Hudson, 2.25 ERA in 24 appearances, 30 strikeouts through 24 innings. The 0-1 pitch is fastball high. This time he takes it. It's 1-1. LA 4, Atlanta 1, bottom of the 8th inning here in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. The 1-1 delivery, fastball outside, ball 2. It's 2-1. Harris, who's 0 for 2 on the night, trying to get on base to get something going here for this Atlanta offense. The 2-1 pitch, fastball inside, 97 miles an hour. It's 3-1. Daniel Hudson, 35 years old. Braves are no stranger to Hudson. He pitched for the Nationals for 3 seasons, 2019 through 2021. Here's the 3-1 pitch swung on and hammered to the right side, but Freddie will backhand it. Hudson's covering first, flips it over, and it's the first out in the 8th. This is Hudson's second go around with the Dodgers. He was with the Dodgers back in 2018. That'll bring Acuna to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 1 for 2 on the night, also reached via the walk. So he tries to get something going here. A walk, a single, a run scored. The only run scored by Atlanta so far. The catalyst of the Atlanta offense digs in against righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is low and almost in the dirt. 98 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Mets held on and beat the Marlins 5-3. So the Braves are now 4.5 back. If they lose this, they'll drop back to 5. The 1-0 pitch down below the zone. Below the knees, over the plate, it's 2-0. Took a little something off there. Must have been the changeup. That was 91 miles an hour. Hudson comes set, kicks and deals. Fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 2-1. They're heading to the second intermission, and Tampa Bay does lead it 2-1 over Colorado. 2-1 pitch from Hudson, swung on and missed inner part of the plate, 97 miles an hour. It's 2-2 to Acuna. On deck is Dansby Swanson. Toronto 5-1 over Milwaukee. Good news for the Braves there in the wild card hunt. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled down the line towards the first base dugout. A check swing by Acuna, just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves would love to get at least a run here in this inning, put a little pressure on that Dodger bullpen. 2-2 delivery from Hudson is swung on and rolled to the left side. Caught by the catcher. He throws it up the line off the bag. Freddie gets it. And is that going to be another infield hit by Acuna? It is. And at the same time, Daniel Hudson, this does not look good, folks. Daniel Hudson, the relief pitcher of the Dodgers is writhing in pain on the ground, holding his left knee. He had to have injured himself. Of course, the first thing that comes to your thought process is the ACL. I did not see him actually fall. As I look at the replay, he went to try to go towards the ball. So it was another basically swinging bunt by Acuna that was barely rolling up the line. Hudson would have had no shot at making the play, but he was trying his best to get over to the ball, and his knee just buckled. Smith jumped up, threw the ball to first. The throw was nowhere near first, so it took Freddie off the bag. Freddie stopped it from going into the outfield. Hudson is coming out of the game, and he is in obvious pain. That is not good for Daniel Hudson, the 35-year-older, hobbling to the dugout. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Hello there, Frazier. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays, but the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship. A liner off 90s glove in the center field. The World Series. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Center field. Champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Ground." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. Daniel Hudson had to come out of the game after his knee buckled as he came off the mound trying to make a defensive play, limping to the dugout and into the locker room. So we'll get an extended time for Brewster Gratterall to get ready. We'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard while we wait for Gratterall to, obviously, he gets as much time as he needs. In the Bronx, it's 3-1 as the Yankees trail Houston. Of course, they trailed Houston 6-3 last night. Aaron Hicks hit a 3-run bomb, and Aaron Judge walked him off with a RBI single. So stay tuned on that one. Boston 5-2 over Cleveland. That game's in the bottom of the 8th. Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay are tied up at 3 apiece. That game is in the 9th inning in Tampa. Kansas City 3-1 over Oakland. Zach Greinke came off the IL today, and he pitched a gem. Quality start for the Royal. He could be a part of trade talks. 1-1 Texas and Washington. That's bottom 6. Bottom 8, Colorado and Minnesota. It's 1-0. Baltimore 3-1 over the White Sox in Chicago in the top of the 7th. Gratterall, by the way, comes in with a 3.77 ERA, 27 strikeouts in 31 innings. Chicago Cubs 3-0 over St. Louis. That game is in the 7th. It's good news for Braves in the wild card as well. Toronto 5-1 over Milwaukee in the 6th. And these games have just gotten going. Seattle 1-0 top two. Top two, Detroit and Arizona are scoreless. And so are Philly and San Diego. I believe we are back. I do apologize. My equipment just died on me. Don't really know what happened. Atlanta, while that went on, got a single from Swanson. So there's runners on first and third and one away. It came out of nowhere. I'm not sure exactly where it died. I think it was in the middle of the scoreboard. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way to Riley, and he bangs it foul. And we'll do it again. It's 0-2. Just checking real quick that I am back. Okay, I see that I am. Apologize for anyone who was listening and we missed that. So to reset, runners on the corners, an 0-2 pitch to Austin Riley on the way, swung on, and he dribbles it up the middle. Here they're going to try to turn a double play, and they get Riley by a half step. A fortunate play. We'll see if the Braves are going to challenge this. Brusdar Graterol was in a mess. He's pumping his fist like he did something. He really didn't. He just got fortunate that that was grounded into a double play. So we'll head to the top of 9. Atlanta trails LA. It's 4-1.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball, and the Atlanta Braves trail at 4-1. We're heading to the top of the 9th inning. Freddie Freeman digs in against Dylan Lee. First pitch is low and outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Lee is a slider off the plate, swung on and missed. It's 1-1. So again, I do apologize for losing you there for a second. Had technical difficulties. Not 100% sure what happened. Just hoping it's not going to repeat itself anytime soon. The 1-1 pitch from Lee. Swung on and hit to the left side, but right there at Dansby Swanson. Ground out, and it'll be a 6-3 put out. There's one away. Ryan Steckner's coming out to the mound. It looks like he's going to go ahead and make another pitching change. So Lee will head to the showers, and we'll be back in a flash here on the Armchair Quarterbacks Braves Country Baseball.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Oh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother, Bernadette, had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm, but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 4-1, and Darren O'Day's coming in to try to eat up a couple of last outs. The right-hander flips in a slider to Will Smith for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup here. And the 0-1 is a fastball high. It's 1-1. Craig Kimbrell, another ex-Brave and a fan favorite at one point. He's warming up in the Dodgers bullpen to try to close the deal. The 1-1 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. It's 2-1. Smith 2 for 4 on the night. The 2-1 pitch from O'Day. Fastball swung on and missed, top of the zone. May have been just a touch out of it. It's 2-2. I don't know if I was still on the air when I was talking about it. Zach Greinke pitched a gem tonight. He could be a part of a deadline trade. The 2-2 pitch. Way outside, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Will Smith. O'Day with the high socks, kicks and deals in, fastball foul down the right field line, bending out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Due up in the Braves' ninth inning as they trail by 3 and facing most likely the right-hander, Craig Kimbrell. It'll be Ozuna. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and popped up out of play. It's 3-2. It'll be Olson, Ozuna, and William Contreras. So 3 heavy sticks. If anything gets going, it would be Duvall and then Arcia. Braves definitely have the ability to come back and score. We saw it the other night against the Giants. The 3-2 pitch swung on and just pulled it foul in between home plate and third base. Smith staying alive. About to get the 9th pitch of the at bat. LA scored 2 in the first, 2 in the 5th. Braves answered back with 1 in the 6th. Had something going in the 8th, but double play killed it. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. The slider on the outer edge. He could not make contact, and there's 2 away. That slider actually went by Smith. Normally, hitters are out in front of it. He was sitting just a little too long on that. That'll bring Max Muncy to the plate. Muncy, the lefty, hammers the first pitch, but foul. 85-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. He drilled that ball into the upper deck, but way foul. The 0-1 pitch from O'Day kicks and deals, and it's a changeup at the top of the zone. It's 1-1. Braves would fall back to 5 out of first. We're still a long way to go in this Major League Baseball season. I've picked up 6.5 games over the last few weeks. The 1-1 pitch is inside for a ball. It's 2-1. Mets expected to get Max Scherzer back soon. They're saying Jacob deGrom could be back right after the All-Star break is the latest analysis. The 2-1 pitch from O'Day On the way and swung on and popped up. It's going to be shallow center field. Dansby's going to catch it, and he calls everyone off, makes the out, and that'll end the inning. So Olson, Ozuna, and Contreras on the way, and Craig Kimbrell coming on for the Dodgers here in the ninth.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan?
To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team.
So if that's the best part, what's the worst part?
Probably May through September.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I love watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it? These 9 guys on the field. If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other. And with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. And an old friend and current foe, Craig Kimbrell, comes out of the bullpen. He's got a 4.5 ERA, has saved 12 of 13 opportunities this year. Through 23 appearances, has a 4.50 ERA, 34 strikeouts. In 22 innings. And he hangs his arm down, gets ready to deal. The high leg kick fastball will high and out of the zone to Matt Olson. It's 1-0. Atlanta Braves trying to mount a comeback here, down 4-1. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and hammered down the right field line. That thing kicked up chalk. And is it fair? Olson heads his way to first. And we're going to see what's going on here. Craig Kimbrell and Freddie Freeman are kind of in disbelief. See what happened here. The ball kicked. It went right over the bag. I mean, barely over the bag. I thought it was foul, but it hit the chalk on the line and then went over the bag. And good call by CB Buckner. From the naked eye, it looked like it had gone fair, but that is a leadoff single. The ball was quickly retrieved by Trace Thompson. Good defensive play by Thompson not to just give up on the play. And Olson wasn't going to try to stretch it, considering the fact that you're still 3 runs down. So that brings Ozuna to the plate, and the first pitch is wide and outside for a ball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 3 on the night with 3 strikeouts. Kimbrell hangs his arm, looks in, gets set, high kick and deal, and the fastball swung on it. popped up shallow into the infield, just past first base. Underneath it is Lux, and there's one away. That'll bring William Contreras, who's 0 for 3 on the night, up to the plate. Contreras takes the first pitch. It is a slider outside for a ball. It's 1-0. That might have been Kimbrel's knuckle curve. He's been adding that to his arsenal. Whatever it was almost into the dugout. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Kimbrel. He kicks and deals, and it's a fastball outer edge, misses the plate, but Blue calls it a strike. It's 1-1. Contreras' eyes got real wide, almost as if, are you serious? That was definitely, and he has not been, by the way, he's not been calling that wide strike there. Been different if he had been calling it all night. The 1-1 pitch from Kimbrel, that slider is at the knees and taken for a strike. It's 1-2. That was a good pitch by Kimbrel. Kimbrel looks in, gets set, kicks and deals, and in the dirt, ball 2. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Adam Duvall. Remember, they also have Travis d'Arnaud if they do decide to pinch hit at some point. The 2-2 delivery on the way off the plate, 96 miles an hour, ball 3, full count. It's 3-2. They could also pinch run for Olson, but they have yet to do so. Gosselin did it for him the other night. Here's a 3-2 pitch in, swung on and just got a piece of that, stayed alive, 95 mile an hour fastball. It's 3-2. Next broadcast is Tuesday night, 7:05 first pitch against Philly. And next Friday night, it's an early game, 6:40 Eastern, no pregame show, as we will be taking on Cincinnati in Cincinnati. The 3-2 pitch from Kimbrel, kicks and deals, swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball right down the pipe at the top of the zone, and there's 2 away. Braves down to their last out, and that's Adam Duvall coming to the plate. Duvall is 0 for 3 tonight. If he can get on and keep it going, Arcia stands on deck. Braves rough night at the plate, but they have scratched out 6 hits. Lightning and Avalanche are tied at 2 apiece. That's halfway through the third. The first pitch from Kimbrel on the way in the dirt, backhanded by Smith, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Olson takes second base. I don't know if I doubt they give him a stolen base. It'll probably be defensive indifference. But he eliminates the automatic out, which could come into play considering Olson's speed. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Kimbrel to Duvall, righty, and fastball at the knees, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-1. These two teams could meet once again in October. They've met the NLCS the last 2 Octobers. The 1-1 pitch from Kimbrel swung on and popped up. That's easily playable by Bellinger, and he's underneath it for out number 3, and that'll end the game. So Atlanta drops the first game of a 3-game series with LA 4-1. Not a whole lot to write about in this one, as the Dodgers got on top early. Ian Anderson will take the loss, and he earned it. Kind of a wild outing by him. Urias gets a well-deserved win. Good outing by Julio Urias. Atlanta will drop to 5 games out of first place. Tomorrow night, it'll be Max Fried on the hill for the Braves, so a good chance to get a game back here. 4 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the Dodgers. 1 hit, 6 runs. 1 run, 6 hits, and no errors for the Braves. Acuna and Riley also got walks. The Braves struck out a total of 10 times. So that'll do it here from Braves country. We'll be back Tuesday night. The Braves drop a tough one to LA, 4-1. We'll be back Tuesday, first pitch at 7:05. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette.